Time to hang out. Time to hang out. Do. Bam. We have arrived. One thing at a time. Got to do some clerical work. Got to do some setting up. Oh, that's me. It's my face. Ooh, that's where we're at. Okay. So what are we doing? Good morning, everybody. How big do I want my set? I was going to say like normal size, the same size as a normal Premiere set. I don't think I'm going for quantity at all. Certainly the requirement to add in all these gods will take up a big chunk of the set, which means we have to distribute them amongst rarities, I think. Otherwise, it's just not going to work. I can see there being more rares than normal. Did your mold situation get all sorted out? I don't know how long ago that was for you at this point. You ripped out all the floors and put in new flooring, huh? They finished about a month ago. Okay. New floors look nice. Awesome. That is good. That is good. Excellent. Whoa. Okay. Got the exports taken care of. Updated our schedule a little bit. We currently have Variety Days scheduled until June the 3rd. You wanted me to let you know when there's like less than a month of Variety Day? I guess it's about exactly a month at this point. But yeah, we're pretty maxed out. We're pretty maxed out on Variety Day. Dustin really pushing the limits of Variety Day here, which is good for me. Yep. In total, including today, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's 15 variety days. I'm ignoring Genesis about Cube. No, I just haven't responded. Hey Han, did you update the Notion links to link to the gallery thing that you were talking about? Okay. Experimenting. Yeah, we'll see if it stays on Notion or on Coffee there. It's really annoying that I can't plop links into it. Anyway, to summarize for myself in terms of where we were, we decided on main mechanics of the set. So this is currently an unnamed set, right? Set's currently unnamed. But we decided on main mechanics being food, right? I should. Oh, that's duh. I need to pull up the Google Doc. That's probably pretty important. That's probably pretty important. We need a code name, like archery. What if it's just cook? And then the next set in the block will be serve, and then the next set will be delicious. Unnamed. Unnamed is a pretty good one. Unnamed is good. Uncooked. It's raw. Yeah, it's not bad. Overcooked. I actually haven't made my way around Magic Set Editor, so I don't really know how it works, to be honest. I'll explore that after going over what we talked about. Okay, so there needs to be a god in every color combination. We're doing baby creatures. We're doing elders. I don't still need to figure out exactly what that means. Draft pretty much only. No alchemy mechanics, so it can be played in paper if necessary. We already have been thinking a little bit about this. There's gonna be loot in the set. There's gonna be loot in the set. Sharks, food puns. Okay. We could just spend a whole day making food puns and trying to assign them to card names. Those could be all top-down designs. Why not? I don't see what's wrong with that. We could just riff off on food puns. I wonder how Wizards does it. They just sit in a room and make puns all day. Are we cooking loot? We can cook loot if you want. Do you want to cook loot? One discover Cascade card. Yeah. Aloha. Yeah, we did a lot last week actually. We talked a lot about why everyone hates Magic and why none of us are happy people. Unfortunately, Overcooked is like already a Magic card. I don't actually think we can name it Overcooked. That one I think I want to avoid actual Magic cards. We talked a lot about color rolls, which I don't know if we're going to use any of this, but it was fun talking about it. What if I call it real overcooked? Because then it'll be a real card, quote unquote real. Oh, that's right. We're doing lesson learning companions. I forgot about that. Yeah, we're doing lesson learning companions. I do want the companions to be a rare. I don't want them to be uncommon. Yeah, definitely rare. I forgot we're doing lesson learn. We haven't decided whether or not the lesson learn will be called lesson learn, or if it'll have like a spin so you can fetch other things. It's fine to just fetch spells though. That's fine. Just call it lesson learn, especially if they're especially if it's culinary school themed. I have no idea what we're doing with recipes. I feel like we want something that's like kind of feels like a recipe. This is very top-down design, this mechanic, this one specifically. Like, we definitely want players to feel like they're putting something together to get something more powerful. Cooking, you know? Like, literally cooking. Like what does cooking mechanically feel like? And we haven't really figured that out yet. If we're stumped on that, which I kind of am, and I don't know if we're willing to dive into it right now, we could figure out Magic Set Editor and build some of the smaller, like more workhorse stuff in the set first. Which is why I think I'm going to right now. Oh yeah, we talked a lot about the story. Yeah, we talked a lot about the story. So what was decided on is that there's 2 culinary schools apparently. Where all the gods are doing cooking and they're having like a competition between the schools. Little quote unquote friendly competition, but it has real, very serious consequences for all the denizens of the plane. So I think that's the basic gist. That's the basic gist of what we brainstormed last time for a story. We actually got kind of a lot done, huh? Okay, I'm gonna poke around Magic Set Editor because I've never used this. And I kind of want to figure it out. So what happens if I do a test card? Test card. Blah, blah, blah. Then what happens? I clicked in style. What does that do? Whoa. Planeswalker test card. Token test card. DFC test card. Adventure, flip. CN2. Spellbook. Oh my gosh. Sci-fi. What the heck is sci-fi? Grayscale. Walker Plus. Shifted. Shifted. Future. Levels. Adventures. Sagas. Classes. Battles. Planes. Wow. Sketch? There's so many. Gee. It's ridiculous how many frames there are. Pip-Boy. What is Caverns? What? Ixalan Showcase? Gee. Treasure. Kamigawa Showcase. Lord of the Rings Showcase. Phyrexia Showcase. Showcase. Oh, this is the actual signature spellbook. Ah, we can make a bonus sheet. What do we want to stick on the bonus sheet, huh? actual dungeons? Wait, how does this work? Can you mix the dungeons? How do you do this? Room counts? What if I do like 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The power 9? Alright, we're gonna fix magic. Wizards is afraid of the reserve list. I'm not. I'll reprint the power 9. No big deal. What about 100? I'm sorry, I'm just messing around with this. We're not gonna use this. But I'm just kind of horsing around at this point. Wow, this is crazy. They have all this for just dungeons? For creating custom dungeons? That's cool. I kind of like that. Okay, we're not going to use any of this, though. Fun to think about. But we're just doing this mainframe. Whoa. Whoa. Wait, this is just the maps. Set info. Description. Copyright, second copyright, set code, set language. English. I got it. We're doing it. Mark errors, auto. Words name replacement. Wow, I've literally never used this before. We could probably spend the entire day poking around this. Like another game entirely. Gee. Watermark, statistics. Interesting. Keywords, what does this do? I need like a guide for this. Gee. This is a lot. Console? So this is a test card. Can I make a new card? Add card. Test card 2. Blue, blah, blah, blah. Ah, and then you can just cycle between these two. So that's like just the set, right? Set info. Uncooked. And then can I save this and come back to it? Where does this save to? Huh. Yeah, I guess I can save it and come back to it, huh? Neat. Cool, won't worry about that right now. Okay. What I want to focus on is I want to focus on the like, well, I don't know where to start, so I'm just gonna start anywhere, and I don't think it really matters because this is super casual anyway. We can focus on these baby gods. Baby god white. So how do I change the color of this? White. Oh snap! How do I make it an MDFC? How did I do that? Mana value, power toughness, rarity, card notes. Delete, copy. I literally don't know how to do this. Where did I click? Here? Black, white, silver? Interesting. Uncommon? Common? So it is a common. Ah, this is the a marker of an indicator of color identity. Do all cards have this? Not all cards have this these days, right? I'm going to Scryfall. No, most cards don't have the color identifier anymore. Ah, so default makes it go away. Okay, cool. This is the border once again. That's probably a, what, yeah, that's a watermark. Okay, make that go away. If I can. Neat. Huh. Okay. How do I change fundamentally, like change the type of the card? That's kind of what I want to know. Because we're trying to create MDFCs. I wonder if there's there's probably like a help, right? About Magic Set Editor. I guess you can't see up here, huh? Ooh, there's actually pop-ups you can't see. Ah, so this doesn't, interesting. This doesn't show up. So I've been talking this whole time about drop-downs, etc. But like on the stream, you can't even see this. This is a drop-down that you're able to edit the, like if I click this, it turns blue. Bam. Or gold, I guess, because it's blue-white. Neat. Rotate card, add card. Mainframe DFC. Ah, and you can change them for individual cards. I see. Oh. Okay. Okay, I'm learning some stuff. Because why not? So what does a DFC actually look like? Set. MH3. Okay, so what do these DFCs actually look like? They're always spell in the front, right? I might want to actually pop this out. Hold up, let's do this. I want to shrink this here. Guess that's even too big. Do these look different on purpose? Like, is this always darker? I'm just learning things about magic here. I'm just learning things about magic, period. What about a multicolor one like this? Is the top always darker in an MDFC? It is, isn't it? That's crazy. I didn't know that. Wow. How do I actually, okay. This is a really slow, it's gonna be a slow learning process. Yeah, it's gonna be a slow learning process, isn't it? As we figure out actually how to use this. Is this actually where the rules text goes? And is that how it actually plays out? It's only one space, perhaps. How do you do symbols? There's gotta be a way to insert symbols, right? Symbols. I clicked on a thing that said symbols. What does that do? Oh, snap! That's just how it works. It's crazy that I have no idea how the templating of a magic card is. Do you put a period after this? You do, right? I had no idea. Wow. It's crazy how little I actually know about how magic cards are made. Because if I'm going to add another ability onto this, for example, I would like to take a look at, like, I don't know, like Kishla Village, right? Oops, that's not how you spell Kishla Village. Okay, so it's the text, this, and then the ability. Does it parse card name? Oh! Wow, Click, what a hero. Gas. That's exciting. It works, yeah, card name. Thank you. Huh? Well, I renamed it though. Why isn't it changing? This should change, right? Oh well. That's fine. I don't know. I still don't know how it works, but that's okay. Anyway, Kishla Village is like this. I guess there would be another ability. So it's monocost, comma, tap, colon. So it's like, oops. Oops. Why is this working? Does that even look right? Oh, what if there's a cost? Where does the cost go? Where does like okay, so it's funny because these lands I was thinking have three costs to them. Um wow, I have no idea how to word magic cards. It's crazy. It's crazy how little I know. Uh like crap. What's a card that has a tap creature as a cost? There's so many of these and one's not coming to my head. Hey Toads. What is a magic card that has a cost of tapping a creature? Springleaf Drum, but oh, so it's after the tap. So what is it, another comma? And they don't use this, right? This anymore? What's like a super recent set? Oh, Tarkir, duh. Oh, it says this land enters tapped. Wait, what? Is that just new? Is this just new? This land enters tapped. This land enters tapped. That's all it says. Sacrifice this land. Oh. Text spans. All right, what is text spans? I'm getting on Google. I'm getting on Google the Expanse, the complete series. 8.5 out of 10 on IMDb. This is still the food set, yeah. Hold on, I gotta take a break though. I gotta take a quick break. I'll be right back. I'm learning how to word magic cards right now. I'll be right back. I wonder why they changed it. I wonder what changed about it to make it so that they don't mind. Dustin, thank you for the sub. 64 months. Heyo. Heyo, heyo, heyo. Welcome, Dustin. Probably to save text. I love saving text. Love saving text. Look, because even this, but what's the oracle in this? This land enters tapped. That's the new text on it. It's just this, not shifting woodlands. Crazy. So they've changed this super recently. This is MH3. I wonder when they changed it. I wonder if they changed it in like Foundations or something. Is Foundations after MH3? It is, right? Foundations totally after MH3. Instead of coffee, I brewed myself some tea. I don't think there's any caffeine in this either. It would be nice to drink something that's not, if we're doing something like this, it'd be nice to drink something that's, that's not just water. It was when they removed the battlefield. Ah, enters. So it's just enters. This land enters tapped. By the way, I think this should maybe be sacrifice a food token. Out of consciousness all morning? What happened? Is this a medication thing? Or did someone like punch you? What'd you miss? Nah, nothing. I was exploring Magic Set Editor. A lot of technical, trying to figure things out, where things are. I opened a magic card, and look, we have a magic card in front of us. Oh, good. I like how I'm over here assuming the absolute worst. What's an example of a card that sacrifices a food as a cost, as an ability? Bog Naughty. Oh, just sacrifice a food. The giant. Oh, we know. What's the green? Hamlet Glutton. Hamlet Glutton. I wanted an activated ability, though. Activated ability. Bargain. Bargain, yeah. I was wondering what's more flavorful. So like the idea of this card, the idea of this whole cycle is that you have like their god temples on the backside and you can play them out as lands, right? And then you can like offer something to the temple to like return it to its like baby god form or whatever. This looks much different, the actual program. I just downloaded whatever is on the site. There's a potential rules thing. If you say sacrifice the food in the set, if you have food creatures and food tokens, that can mean either. Yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah, kind of like the LCI gods, right? Flavor-wise, similar. What's a card that bounces itself? Mine is 9 years old. Mine is a week old. I'm really blanking on these cards. A card that bounces itself. Fleeting Effigy, maybe? What about bounces itself as an activated ability? Batterskull. That's one, yeah. Thank you. Batterskull's a good one. Return this equipment. Return this land to its owner's hand, I'm assuming. Right, is the wording. Okay, yeah, great. Because I want the Oracle text, right? So I think this will be the premise of the whole cycle. Like the entire backsides of the cards will just look exactly like this. Wait a second. design-wise, isn't it kind of weird to have this cost be cheaper than this cost? Like, what's this cost going to be? Like 3 white white or something? Like, if this is 3 white white, shouldn't this also be like 3 white white? Shouldn't that be like the same? Actually, it should just be 3 white white, right? Because otherwise, like, it's kind of weird if you bounce it back to your hand, you can't even cast it. It should be the same cost, I feel like. Is it the same? Yeah, but then you have to return this to its hand, right? I just meant it's kind of weird to let your players return something to hand that they can't cast. Maybe it's like a nursery or something. Maybe it's a nursery. We can figure that out later. Well, I don't know. I just feel like design-wise, it's kind of a mistake to let people make that error. Because like the play pattern that we're trying to avoid is that someone at like casual FNM returns it to their hand and like laughs at themselves because like, oh, I can't even cast this. Why did I do that? Right? We're trying to avoid that, I think. This is a common cycle. We're doing MDFCs at common. No one can stop us. I mean, maybe Mark Rosewater will personally enter this chat and stop me, but besides that, no one can stop us. Actually, Jeff Bezos could probably stop me too. But besides that, no one can stop us. Actually, Dustin could stop me too. Dustin has the same level of authority as Jeff Bezos and and Mark Rosewater in this chat. Would I stop if Jeffrey Bezos came in, my boss, my former ex-boss? Actually, probably not. If my new boss came in, though. That's truth. I literally said last time that if a Wizards designer comes and looks at a custom Magic card, they actually their eyes start burning. So they literally can't do that. They're like vampires or something. Jeff Bezos is my former ex-boss, yeah. All Twitch streamers have a former ex-boss named Jeffrey Bezos. To be honest, I have no idea who runs the ship now. I have no idea who runs the ship. I guess former ex-boss means it's maybe a current boss, huh? That's a little redundant. Well, he stepped away from Amazon. He's like retired now, doing like whatever, frankly speaking, horrible things he wants to do is with too much money. Oh, there is usually a reminder, isn't there? Can we look one up? Well, it's more like letting your opponent not make a mistake, so I think they should all cost the same. Oh wow, look at this. Yeah. How do I add this? How do I get that in there? Andy Jazzy? Wow. That does not roll off the tongue the same way. Sorry, Andy. Well, what is the upside of returning this card if you can't cast it? Because I don't really see why you would want to do that. So you might as well make it the same. I guess to double spell, right? You might want to double spell if you have like a bazillion mana. I could see that. Not double spell, but like use a spell, right? For example, 1 mana removal spell plus also return something. You protect it from getting wastelanded? Oh yeah, you could. That's very funny. No, seriously, how do I add this? You see this? How do I add this? Well, you're returning a land to your hand, so. So you will only have 5 lands after this comes back to your hand. Does anyone know how I do this? Does costing 6 an MDFC? This is like strictly better than like Akoum Warrior, because you can return it. Akoum Warrior just like stays on the battlefield forever. The fact that you can return these lands naturally is like pretty strong on its own, right? So you get to make sure that you don't that you can hit land drops early and you don't necessarily flood out later. I feel like the concept of this is super strong. Like I'm not the baby god on the front side is not going to be particularly strong. It's just going to be like, I don't know, like a 4/4 flyer or something. I actually don't know what it's going to be. 4/6 vigilance. the most white of white creatures. Hold on. There's this whole style thing. Oh no. Wait, I'm messing it up. You see a dotted box. Is it gonna have an indestructible counter? No. No. You can just kill babies in the set. No, killing babies is okay with me. Oh. The land side. I just don't know how to use this. I don't know how to use this program. This is my first day. This is day 1 of me trying to do this. What is this? Is that the trademark? Whatever, we can figure that out later. We don't have to get hung up on it. We can do the juicy stuff. What is a surprising overperformer? So what is the Colossal Dreadmaw of white? What is the Colossal Dreadmaw of white? One very skinny at the bottom. I don't know what that is. Oh, what is this? A lifelinker. Yeah, I could have lifelink. Lifelinkers are usually kind of overperformers. Like, is a 3/5 with lifelink like way too pushed? Or a common? This is a common, by the way. Yeah, lifelink on the lifelink on the land side. Yeah, that's like really pushed, right? What's a really chunky lifelinker? Um What's the most recent chunky lifelinker we've seen? Does TDM have a chunky lifelinker? Not really, right? Lotus. Oh my gosh, this is basically Lotus Light Dancers. Wait, we're just putting Lotus Light Dancers at common, huh? That's a little strong. Maybe it should be a 3/4. But now it's like really weak, isn't it? Maybe 3/5's not too bad. I don't know. Whatever, we can figure that out later. It doesn't really matter. We can tweak it. It doesn't have to be final. It's funny because like as a Magic player, we're kind of sort of used to not iterating that much because you submit a deck, you play with the deck, and then it's over. Right? So like submitting something that's egregious, like the stat line might be horribly egregious, but it's hard to just leave it there. We're so used to just sitting here. We're just so used to sitting here. And trying to get things right with limited information, because that's what Magic players do. I mean, what's stronger? I mean, it could be a 2/4. What's stronger, a 4/4 or a 3/5? You know, like is 4/4 more fair with lifelink? 1 for 1? Heck yeah, let's go. Can I duplicate? The frame will change automatically, does it? We change the color mana? Ah, okay. I don't know if they're all going to cost the same. They probably shouldn't, right? But you know, we can develop that. But they're all going to look like this. Who knows about the cost, the mana cost, etc. yet? And then we can tune these as they go. At least I'm going to make a template for all of them, and then we can talk about what they do. Because this is a whole cycle. Ah, my frame, it's not changing. I have to do clicking here. Ew, clicking. Gross. Whatever. We'll figure it out. Does this let you import export spreadsheets? I'm not sure. Great question. Great question. Gosh, the Boros frame looks so cool. I think Boros is super cool. See the gold board with the accent being the color of the card? Neat. That ain't bad. Yeah. 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 For MDFC specifically, they're all going to be expensive for the functionality of being a land. So I think 4 is like the maximum that we're going to go with these mana costs. I don't think cheap MDFCs perform that well if they're not situational. So for example, these are just bodies. All the baby gods are going to just be bodies. So they're going to be relatively expensive. We can just go one by one. Like lifelink can be the keyword in white. Which maybe, I don't know, maybe plays into like life gain themes as well. Flying can be blue, perhaps. Oh, well, that's what I'm doing. I'm just a slow clicker, maybe. Dustin, do you know how to get this in the bottom corner? You see Witch Enchanter in the corner? Have you ever? I guess you've never done MDFCs, huh? That's all right. I definitely want maybe trample. So I wonder if there's a way to make these a little bit more spicy. So I think the power level that I want for these cards is Lord of the Rings. So in terms of like the workhorse of the set, right? I kind of want them to be around this power level. But it's kind of funny because these aren't super basic. These aren't super basic cards. They're all kind of a little spicy on the spicy side. We don't have to worry about constructed either. They can all be creatures. They're all going to be baby gods. I'm not entirely sure how much these played. Yeah, we can add a secondary effect, yeah, for sure. Especially because there's a lot more room on the front without cycling being on the front of the card. So we can actually add secondary effects here. Like if we're going to turn Green Baby God into like Honey Mammoth, or not Honey Mammoth, like Ketradon, instead of gaining life, we can just have it give food, right? It's a food set. It's funny because you sack a food to return it and then it makes food when it comes down. I don't hate that dynamic. That's kind of funny actually. Although food's gonna be like all colors, like instead of food being it's not bad to deal combat damage and create food. Yeah. You have a lore question? Well, you see, gods pork all the time. It like, you know, they just do. So a bunch of babies pop out when you do a lot of porking. So that's why they're so common. They don't even have names. These gods won't even be they're not even legendary. These gods aren't even legendary. They're fodder. Not indestructible. No protection. Primordial infants. It could be the cycle could be something infant. The green one can be primordial infant. And then we could just go to thesaurus.com to find some sort of like snooty word for the white one. Virtuous infant. Oh my gosh, Hercules. Gotta love a Hercules. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with the backside. Food descriptors. Primordial is kind of foody, right? What's like order? What's like order in food? Traditional infant. Oh my gosh. Paleo infant. Oh my god, if white represents dairy and fat, we should just call it fatty infant. It's just fatty infant. Good times. Good times, everybody. Caloric infant. Spicy. I've been thinking about yeah, we've been thinking about something to do with recipes. We don't know if it's going to be a keyword, like a reminder thing, an entirely new type of card. But it's something to make a player feel like they're actually putting together a brew, kind of like, you know, like like literally bog brew witch. We were thinking about making them enchantments. We haven't really figured it out yet. I'm a little stumped. But I definitely want the feeling to be like Dragonstorm Forecaster, honestly. Dragonstorm Forecaster feels like putting together a recipe, right? Gosh, you should complain and get your moolah back. All that wasted time. Whatever, we can revisit these. We can revisit these. Hold on. I gotta take another break. I want to talk about an uncommon land cycle after this. The one that we were debating about um, helping mulligans, like serum powder like lands. But I want to talk about them after I get back because I think it's interesting to talk about design wise. Whew. Okay. Okay, quick randomness before we go on. I kind of like the idea of Colossal Dreadmaw here, right? I kind of like the idea of Colossal Dreadmaw. And how does this even work? What's a card that does something upon combat damage? Maybe in Tarkir. Is there anything that have they started to phase out combat damage? Yes, the Jeskai Dragon. You're right. What is that called? Thank you. Ah, it's whenever this creature. Yes, perfect. Is it called many partings? Create a food token, yes. Is it whenever? Whenever. Thank you. I can't spell. Like, I like the idea of Colossal Dreadmaw Plus here. Honestly. Colossal Dreadmaw Plus feels pretty good. Yeah, we'll have to buff the white one. I mean, it is one more mana. We'll see. Oh, dang, Shimmer. You gonna take that? Yeah, I mean, I think this is about the power level we want for these cards. I like Dustin's suggestion. Dreadmaw Plus. Because, like, this is frankly speaking weaker than Ketradon. Most likely. This is most likely weaker than Ketradon. Overall, it's probably better. Because, you know, MDFC is way better than Cycling 2. Actually, I wonder if it's weaker than Ketradon. It doesn't have reach either. I guess that's trample instead of reach. But it kind of needs trample for the food ability. It has no reach. How many Palaka Laka worms is it? Palaka Laka Laka. Petulant baby. I just have to name it Petulant Infant. Petulant Infant. If you gain life, create a food token is like infinite though, right? That's like infinite. Almost. I wonder if once a turn would be too busted. Well, the babies kind of eat food tokens because like in their nurseries or whatever, they eat food. You do need infinite mono, yeah. It could be once a turn. That's not like the worst. It's just a constant supply of food. That could be extremely powerful. That could be like super duper strong. Regardless, I wanted to test Mulligan Land. I don't mind having if you gain life from a food token, gain that much +1 instead. That's a good idea. I'm gonna write that down in our list. Oops, let's close this. Because I think that's a good idea. We'll see if we use it for the gods or not. Like a food lord. Whoa, something that turns foods into clues? It could just be more mana. I'm not sure if like 3 mana sack of food, draw a card is busted or anything. That's very interesting. I'm also gonna put that here. Turns foods into treasures, sack food to turn them into treasures. I actually I like this idea of turning food tokens into other tokens. And you could call it like, you know, like junk food. Like junk food peddler. And then you sacrifice a food and then you impulse instead. That's actually freaking funny. Wait, hold on. we could just mock something up here. Really? Sack of food impulse? That already exists? No, but not off of food. It's sack of treasure impulse? Yeah, but this is food. This is junk food. Probably red. Second city. Gain an artery counter. When you have 10 artery counters, you die. You die. What's the text on actual junk? What's the Fallout set? Can I just look up Fallout? Probably not. That probably won't get me anywhere. Oh, it got me there. It's called Pip. Duh. Exile the top card of your library. You may play the card this turn. Something like that. How is this organized? Oops. Oh, and it changes the, no, it doesn't change the number, does it? We have to change the number ourselves. We can order them later, though. Oh no, orders them automatically. Ah, it orders automatically. I see, I see, I see. Yeah, you can change it manually as well. Anyway, I want to talk about the test mulligan land. Delete this. Delete this. You should do it by rarity. I'll do it by collector's number right now. So the idea of the test mulligan land, we're shifting gears here, is be an uncommon first of all. Is what was serum powder? Like the initial idea that I had. Anytime you could mulligan, and this card is in your hand. You may put this card, I don't know how to word this. Like this, can you even in the Magic Rules engine do this? Because like this feels like it creates a trigger, and I don't think you can create triggers while you're mulliganing. Does serum powder go on the stack? Then draw a card? Is it, I wonder if it's then. So, mechanically speaking, what is the difference? Or not mechanically speaking, the opposite of mechanically speaking, gameplay wise, what's the difference between this text, and a land that, for example, scries 1? Well, reducing deck size would mean that you could cycle for free at any time. But if you draw this later, you can't. And this would just be a normal land. I guess it reduces it a little bit during the mulligan process specifically. Like Street Wraith definitely reduces deck size. Mishra's Bauble reduces deck size. But specifically, I know that Mishra's Bauble and Street Wraith make mulliganing harder. But for something like this, you could cycle this for free and then decide on your mulligan, which I think is kind of interesting. That's like kind of an interesting thing to think about. I'm wondering if it's mechanically different enough. Because like it actually accomplishes something that you can't do with free cycling. But it's not, you know, as busted powerful as free cycling. But I'm wondering, yeah, they're still in the deck. I am wondering. Oh, we're not concerned about combo decks for this set. We're gonna pretend like there's no other sets that exist. Otherwise, we'd have to make up a lot. We'd have to make up a lot of things for the rares specifically. We'd have to pretend like we care about constructed. Like I don't think you can print these lands for constructed at all. Especially if I'm going to have them come into play untapped, which I'm thinking about. Maybe they should come and play untapped unless you pay 2 or something. Gotta be some cost. They can't just be straight up untapped lands. Three even. Maybe this text is actually just good. Maybe that text is fine. And I did want this to be a cycle. Or I guess it could, I wonder if they could be a colorless land too. But colorless lands are, frankly speaking, horrible. So this is either like a cycle in which which then begs the question. Would people run? Would you run a land like this if it's a shock single color land off color? Like, would you run it as a colorless land if it's shock? Here, why don't we look at Blood Crypt? Because I think adding a shock effect on these is fine. Oops. I have no idea where this goes. So this is on the bottom. So Serum Powder's text here is on the bottom. The mana adding is on top. But then if we look at like oh. Do I not know how to spell Windscarred? The heck? Sorry, what am I missing here? what's the card called? Just looking for stupid lands. When this land enters? I really wonder what the ordering is here. So it's a shock, then the mana, and what, ETBs are up top, and then other stuff's on the bottom? Huh. I actually don't know the order, but I'm not gonna hem and haw about it too much. I wonder if a whole cycle of this would be fine. Maybe it's too much. Would it break standard? Not worried about it. We're not going to think about constructed. Which is like easy mode, right? But if we have to think about constructed, we have to make up a whole lot of we have to make up a whole lot of things about like pretending we know what the format's going to be, etc., what we care about. What the sets are surrounded, what the meta's like. So I'm just not even going to bother. Is it because of the name? Is that why they're all out of order? I do think I want, like, in terms of the density of these style of mulligan lands in the set, I think I do like a cycle of uncommons. Kind of feels weird that they're all so similar, but I guess, hold on. What about Aether Drift? I won't have as much of a problem. Oh, not AFR, sorry. EFT. Mounts or vehicle. And they all cost 2 and tap to sack? Oh, these are the exact same then. Yeah, it's kind of like the road lands, the pilot lands. A snack for me. Appreciate it. I got apple juice. And cheese crackers. What other tokens that we could riff off of? Blue Food Duder. It's probably blue. There could be a black one, Blood Food Duder. How does blood actually read? What's a blood card? Blood fountain. This is a way to put all the different types of things in the format without actually putting the other types of tokens. Discard a card. Oh, it's discard then. Ooh. Oh, these are probably gonna have costs associated with them, to be honest. I just haven't put them there. Wait, how do we do? This needs to be in the cost. Somehow. We could even have the we could even have map tokens. Turn food into maps. Obviously the blue one would be the best one probably. How is this worded? Is there a card that requires you to sacrifice multiple types of tokens? Hello, Doomfish. Yeah, the variety day that was commissioned for the next month actually is to create a custom magic set. We've decided on a on culinary food, a culinary school theme. we got there by asking people what people's favorite mechanics were for limited, for draft, and then we just mashed them all together, and it turns out they seem pretty culinary school themed. My current question is there a card that requires you to sacrifice different types of tokens in Magic's history, even like Commander and stuff? I just want to know what the wording for it is. Or like, like not a different type, but like, discard a card and sack something or something. I guess the Cauldron might do it. What is it called? Sinister Concoction? Yeah, I read Mark Rosewater's article about making a set skeleton, and I got bored, so I stopped reading it. That's pretty much how it went. We might retroactively go back and organize better. It does. I also have to use the bathroom in a bit. It's time to take a break anyway. So hold on. This is... I guess discard a card might be first. Is it capitalized? It is. What's up? I can, yeah. I gotta use the restroom. All right, I'll be back. Speaking of design skeletons, we do want our commons to fit like a pretty rigid structure. So I actually wouldn't mind laying out the cards like on this right here, designating like the skeleton like right here, designating specifically for the commons. I know Mark Rosota has this whole nuts and bolts article. And we do need a lot of workhorse commons. We started bottom up, and then people just started talking about the story once it started to flesh itself out a little. Make vanilla 3/3. Removal spell with set mechanic. Number 10 bazillion. Yeah, we have a whole sheet of stuff that we did last week. This was last week. Threw around a lot of ideas. I don't really want there to be a plot for the story, but we do have a setting that's somewhat, at least the baseline fleshed out. I have an area for random ideas too. We can throw Leonin in there. Oops, that is. The Lion Cook, what is this? Who is this again? It's a play on Lion Cook, I get it. I guess that does take up your entire turn, doesn't it? But it's strictly better than Zendikar Rising MDFCs. Not strictly better than, well, hold on. Yeah, what am I trying to say? What is strictly better than Zendikar Rising MDFCs? Hey, we're using this term strictly pretty pretty loosely here. Okay, I think it's because we're talking about different things. You're comparing it to Zendikar Rising DFCs, aren't you? Not the proposed DFCs that you can return to your hand. Which is what we were talking about. Horn, you're going off about something that we weren't even talking about. Everyone understands that ZNR MDFCs are strictly worse. I mean, it is pretty crazy that MH3 ones are like just I didn't expect them to be strictly better when they first got printed, but they are indeed strictly better. 3 is a lot, but like still, gee. I mean, it's crazy what they did to Belcher too, right? One mono creature, one or two mono creature, two mono creature. This is, I guess we're doing draft boosters, not play boosters, right? 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6. The other major effect you can see on creatures is the average size going up. White's default average power is 2.9. In play boosters, that goes up to 3.2. Ensure that every creature is playable, as low power creatures can become more situational. This is like actual average power. This skeleton setup is set up a bit differently than the last one. Rather than call out all our slots for certain keywords, the set skeleton lays out how often it should appear. We can follow this for the workhorse commons. Common spells draft boosters. Six to 7 small removal. I'm sorry, how do I read this? Did I skip something? Common what? What is CW? I should know this. Oh. Oh, okay, that's fine. Never mind. It's funny because even in draft boosters, I wasn't a huge fan of like just narrow sideboard type cards. Like destroy enchantment artifacts, etc. Ah, this is common white. Duh. If Watsy offered me a job, would I move back to the USA? It'd have to be a lot of money. It'd have to be a lot of money. $14.17 an hour? No. No way. Is USA more expensive than South Korea? Significantly. For example, 10 years ago, I had a studio apartment, not downtown, but within the Los Angeles region. And the rent was 4 times as much as I pay right now. And I'm currently, I have 2 bedrooms in my place. Or 2 rooms. And that was a studio in like non-central LA. So essentially my studio in non-central LA was about $2,000 a month, right? And then this place is like 500. Which is kind of insane. And the food is also a lot cheaper. The food, I can't say is better because LA is a fantastic food city. But the food here is, you know, pretty dang good too. LA food is really good though. LA food's really good. Oh, the food is definitely much cheaper at least. Hawaii is also heckin' expensive. Like, it's a little. Yeah, I take the subway everywhere here. When I go to Hawaii, right? When I stay with family in Hawaii, and I do bulk cooking. I had no car in Los Angeles, no. I just begged people for rides. I had the power of friendship back then. I no longer have the power of friendship. I mean, South Korea is probably expensive when you compare it to like a lot of other places. What was I saying about? Oh yeah, when I go back to Hawaii and I stay with family and I bulk cook, I spend as much money as I do here, paying rent and food, which is nutty. That's insane. Like just my food costs is just my food cost ends up being about the same as how much I spend here. Yeah, I'm old and bitter, pushing 60, pushing all my friends away. Or they've all died of old age by now. It's sad. I don't mind just laying this out though. Oh, this one changes the frame. Can I name the cards the same thing? I can, right? Like, what's the hurt in that? We can lay out an entire skeleton like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 drops. We're doing draft boosters here. Forget plate boosters. We're going back in time. We're boomers. We're being full boomer about play boosters. No play boosters in here. These are all commons, right? Yeah, these are all commons. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 3, 3. I can just copy this. What am I doing? Can't believe I'm typing this all out manually. 4, 4, 5, 6. Oops. Up for down? I'm not sure if there's one. There might be. Thank you, Han. Han is doing some cleaning and wagging her finger at me for things I haven't cleaned. Just want a job? Thank you. If I had a nickel for every daily chore Troy didn't do, I would have clubbed him to death with the very large bag of nickels. Would I be dead? I think I would be dead as well. No, there's no question. It's just that if Dustin had a nickel for every daily chore Troy didn't do, I would have clubbed him to death with a very large bag of nickels. It would be a lot of money, yeah. Yeah, it would be rich. Oh. Well, that's depressing. Dustin, do you like play boosters or draft boosters more? Well, lucky for him, he's not dead. Don't know the difference? All right, draft boosters it is. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Draft boosties. Down with play boosties. When do you call a set finished then, Dustin? When do you call your set finished? You're part of the problem, Frosty. No. You actually wondered when play boosters were introduced if cube creators would switch to 14 cards too? Ugh, barf. So you don't care about like balance or whatever, right? Yeah, apparently the auto thing works for normal cards, but it doesn't work for MDFCs. How much time does Mark Rosewater spend writing these things? Isn't that kind of nutty? He spends so much time doing this. Two. Okay, so you don't actually like. So Dustin, you don't actually make like a full set that like could potentially be released, right? It's just like a pile of cards that go together, which is not a bad thing. But it's not like meant for like whatever balance, which is what we're trying to shoot for. I think I'm gonna try at least to make the skeleton. I don't know if there's a skeleton that exists already, but it's fine. Oh yeah, because you mostly focus on rares and mythics, right? That is Mark Rosewater's job. Actually gonna go ahead and delete the duders. These duders are cool, but I'm kind of thinking I want to put them on the idea sheet instead, because they're kind of just in the way. It's probably going to be a dual color set. However, it was mandated from the very start that there's going to be a god in every color combination, including tricolors, 4 colors, 5 color. Which is going to I'm going to mostly worry about the skeleton for the commons and maybe a little bit for the uncommons. But the rares might just be all over the place. Like there might be like more rares than normal in the end. I'm not sure. Yeah, more than that. Because there's monocolored. There's going to be monocolored. Yeah, 32. There's a 0 color god, yes. Or there will be. To be honest, I know we wanted some cycles. In fact, I only wanted 2 cycles. I just wanted to open Magic Set Editor, get used to how it was, and then we'd probably hit the drawing board again for the archetypes. So after I make this skeleton, or after I lay out like a little skeleton here, and we did like this whole cycle of like molded double face somethings, at least lay it out in Magic Set Editor, just see how the layout works, and then think about these mulligan tap lands or mulligan shock lands, I guess. Then we hit the drawing board again for archetypes. We're just laying out the skeleton for the commons. The archetypes are kind of interesting because I think that food will span amongst all the colors. Because like normally speaking, food is not like a all-encompassing thing. I wonder if there's a design reason for that we're gonna like run face first into. Is there a design reason why food isn't accessible in all colors historically? There probably is, gameplay wise, and we might find out the hard way. Yeah, it's culinary world, so I think every color combination has food. I don't know if that's like a bad idea gameplay wise, but like you can push that in a couple different directions. There can be some colors that like don't care about sacrificing food like at all. But you know, food are also artifacts, so there could be like an artifact theme. You know, food creatures as monsters. Like we might want to represent the failed monster food experiments as certain color combination, right? Devotion to food, heck yeah. That was brought up. I think I wrote it down in the ideas thing, devotion to food. Cards that care about permanent count, that's good. Wait, I'm gonna write that down. That's really good. I don't think we wrote that down yet. A 13 permanent Stensia Uprising. I forgot about that card. I like that card. Chef's Blessing. Oh, Chef's Blessing is good. That's funny. I like Stensia Uprising too. I like it. I always played it, and I thought it was really good. And then I don't think it was actually that good, but I played a lot of it. I wanted it to be good really badly. It's also one of the cards that like overperforms on Arena, especially if people are still figuring out the format. So you can like win with some bad cards. 5 higher. Bless the Boil. Oh my gosh, Crawfish Boil. I've only had Crawfish Boil once in my life. I think. Maybe twice? Once. It's good and constructed? Wow. Kind of surprised by that. I wouldn't have expected that. One, two, two. Now that I'm looking at this is like a lot of cards. This is a lot of cards that we're signing up for. Honestly, I feel like I should use a design skeleton for Cube too. in terms of like distribution of effects. That way I don't have to think about it too much. And I can just follow Mark Rosewaters and then blame Mark Rosewater when things aren't fun. It's always good to have a scapegoat. It's always good to have a scapegoat. Okay, so that's the common creatures. We didn't do the common non-creatures though. It's also a skeleton, so we can actually go outside of it if we determine that to be important, right? Especially for the non-creatures, I took a skim through and it looks like the effects are a little rigid, and we might not want that. Obviously, we need a good balance of removal spells, etc. But, you know, like this is a little rigid, like combat-related removal. What is this number? What is this number right here? See, so common white, 13. 6 to 7 small removal? What the heck does that mean? It doesn't mean 6 to 7 of them, because it's one of them. This is just slot 13. So within slot 13, 6-7 small removal. What the heck does that mean? I don't know. Y'all seeing that, right? Or if they're gonna write it here, I'm gonna write it here. I don't know what that means. I don't know what it means. What does 6 to 7 mean? Doesn't make any sense. There's a slot specifically for banishing light. All right, well, we'll see if we can do something a little bit more fun than that, or you know, think about it a little bit more. A slot for pacifism as well. Bound in caramel. Are there a question for the lore? Are there monsters in every color? Are failed experiments in every color? I would assume so. If we were trying to assign flavor profiles to colors, I would assume that there'd be failures in every color. So there would be monsters in every. So there's not like monster colors, right? Okay. Whoa. I need to take a stretch out. Whew. I'm gonna go get. Yeah, maybe standing. Oh, I'm gonna take a break right now. I'm gonna go get myself some more tea as well. Okay, so this is actually all the white commons. Oops. These are all the white commons. So there's how many white commons? 1, oops, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I guess I could just read this here. There's 21. Cool, 21 white commons. And then we'll do this for blue and black and red and then green. And then we'll might hit the archetype. We'll think harder about the archetypes, I think. But for right now, I'll be right back. Has to be a typo. There's nothing like that in either the skeleton. Oh my gosh, Valjean, MVP. Looking at the other articles to answer my stupid question. Wow. Thank you. Incredible. All right, I'll be right back though. All right. What was I doing? I was in the middle of uh writing these cards. That's everything for white, right? Zero power creature, defender, or non-creature. Can I just copy this? I can just copy it. Oh, whoopsies. Did I make a boo-boo? Oops. Ah, crap. I made a huge boo-boo. I can't believe I did this. I thought this was all one thing, but no, it's play boosters versus draft boosters. So combat-related removal, out. Oh, there's way less of these. Banishing Light slot is out. So we're just trying to follow the draft booster one. Combat trick is out. Oh, I didn't even do this one. I skipped it. I accidentally skipped that one. So cool. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3, 4, 5, 6. What am I missing? Small removal. Yep. Can't attack or block Aura. Did I skip that? Or is that passivism? Passivism. Destroy large. Yep. Combat trick. Ah. Combat trick is on both sides. That's why. Got it. Got it. That's better. So there's only 19 commons. Does that check out? Let's say with what was the first play design or play booster set? Is that OTJ? No. I mean, OTJ was a play booster set. What's like the set right before it? Like Bloomburrow is Bloomburrow? Bloomburrow is play boosters as well, right? Strixhaven? Oh no, sorry. Duskmourn? MKM was the first play booster set. Thank you. Oh, there's only 15 commons here. Wait, MKM. Wait, is Duskmourn play boosters then? I don't even know. I don't remember. What's like an older set then? Like Mom? Mom has got to be draft boosters, right? 22. 21. Dusk's way after? Okay, thank you. Okay, because that makes sense, because this is about 21, 20 to 21, 20 to 22 cards. Turkey or Dune Shaper, Order of the Mirror also being included in this list. Okay, so 19 sounds about right. DMU. Bro, that's right. This is 17? $19 seems fine. Thanks, FlutterDev. So all I care about is the right column. So they can the protective instant slot. Gosh, we should make a bonus sheet. I want a bonus sheet. Are bonus sheets like any original cards? They're all reprints, right? I can't wait. We should have people open like special guests, like boiling soup or something. Scalding soup, whatever it's called. Super high in demand card. Collectors will love it. Cantrip card filtering. That's right, OTJ had an original bonus sheet because they fused it. Because Aftermath failed miserably. That's a long that's a long name. Blue anything. We're in. I like blue anything. Not bad. My gosh, why is there four removal spell slots in black? That's kind of nutty. Oh. Goodbye. Yeah, there's so many. Conditional murder? To make you always draft black. Cheaper murder is the conditional one. The condition is always a joke. The condition is that you have to pay extra mana if you don't have a dragon. We should just give black divination. Oh yeah, shoot the sheriff was not even that good. Well, Sign in Blood is a card draw thing, right? Gosh, people hate discarding cards. What if that's like part of black's core identity, though? I mean, but you have to pay. We should just give them straight up divination, no life loss. Let's go. Break the color pie. You're okay with discarding? You're not okay with getting countered? Why psychologically is it different for you? Are you not upset when your opponent aggressively negotiates with you? Wow. So you're into that. There's like 3 forms of direct damage. When I get counterspelled and I did have to spend mana, and that's not okay. Okay. You find getting Thoughtseize though? What about Thoughtseize? Does that make you upset? When it's cheap? I want this comment to kick butt. I want the Rummager to be good. Like, really good. Well, it turns your card into shock draw card, doesn't it? Because it's a 1-for-1. It's a free shock. They traded a card. Why does Thoughtseize make you upset, Dustin? Let's explore that. We sound like therapists here. Let's figure that out. Still fine because it sometimes misses. You don't like it when they choose? You don't like looking at your hand and messing with it for so little mana. Interesting. So another question on top of that. How do you feel about Pilfer? Is Pilfer okay and Thoughtseize is not? Pilfer is better. Soothing of Smeagol? Huh? I'm like, what? A symmetric Thoughtseize. Wait. So you get to Thoughtseize them? So both players Thoughtseize each other? And they get to do it to you too? Whoa. First of all, isn't that card horrible? Ah, but no. But the player doing it gets to draw. The player casting the spell gets to draw. So 1 mana. Heck yeah, Cruel Claw's Heist. I love Cruel Claw's Heist. I played it sometimes. I didn't think it was that good, but gosh, we love juggling. What about double Cruel Claw's Heist? Hmm? Oh yeah, why was Skull Raid so bad? That card always read pretty well to me. Why was it so bad? Why was it bad? You like that? You liked it because 4? Is it just the 4 part? It's only Foretell for 1B though. That's like kind of cheap. Foretell is that you could cast it for free afterwards, right? That's so cheap. Oh, you have to pay 2 afterwards. Oh. Ah, I got confused. That's way worse. That's a lot. That's it. When ZKR4 Foretell 2 slot was occupied by Packmate. I haven't forgotten, Dustin. Also, a little random. Are you doing yours right now? Reverse Packmate is an insane magic card. Crazy. Crazy how strong that card was. Do you have enough to put away for retirement? Every week, nice. Every time you're not where you want to be yet, where do you want to be? Is it the 6 million figure that you said told me before, so you don't have to work? You could just coast off of investments? Was my understanding. 2 blue auras or combat tricks? Is that a mistake? Nope. Mistake. I think if you're financially literate and you're privileged, you can certainly retire. Yeah, for sure. Okay. Well, this is the common layout for this, which is nice. We can fill these in slowly over time. We might go back to this. Oops, that's off screen. Whoa, black screen. I kind of am okay with the structure of draft boosters having a bunch of worthless, like, you know, kind of junker slots. Specifically because it kind of looks like we might be able to fit them with lesson learn. Actually, let's go back. Well, let's go back to here. You know, there's like various stuff that, you know, gives me a big concern when I read it as a limited grinder. I'm like, oh, there's an entire slot for like Team Pump Land Destruction. There's an entire slot for like this. Can't block destroy artifact. Which to me, I'm like, these cards usually all are horrible. You know, just chaff, literal chaff. But you can fit these into sideboards with the lesson learned that we're trying to put in the set. And that might actually be a really nice place for them, right? That might be a really nice place for them to make them like maybe actually pretty decent Magic cards. So I don't want a Writhing Chrysalis, etc., but I do think that the set commons wise should be like MH3 power level. That's why I was referencing like Lord of the Rings land cyclers when I'm looking at the baby gods. Which probably means I should reduce the cost on returning them to hand. We don't need a handhold that much. I thought about it as this went on, and I'm like, yeah, I think we should like not do that. I think these all should be like just like two. That's just four mana total. Take your time. Absolutely take your time. I think these should all be 3 mana tap it, sack a food. Because it's kind of already a large cost, right? Sacking a food, etc. We don't need a handhold that much. It can all be the same mana cost too, and then these costs up here can be different, which is kind of nice. I mean, aren't people sort of like concerned about that right now as people are concerned about the American economy? I mean, some people are legitimately like in a bad retirement position right now. To my limited understanding, at some point in time, you're forced to take out of your 401k. But if your 401k significantly loses value overnight and doesn't have a chance to recover, you can't just leave it in there till it recovers because you're forced to take payments. That's like pretty bad, and they had no genuine control over that. So it's a little spooky, huh? That's certainly pretty spooky. Food in all colors. Monsters. Food monsters in all colors. So let's see. All these colors are flavor. But various brainstorm ideas that we could have. Artifact matters. Go wide with permanence. Life gain. Like, why don't we brainstorm? Actually, I'm going to take a break here a little. But afterwards, I want to come back and brainstorm all the things that can riff off of food. I want to riff off of food pretty hard here. Yeah, I'm going to take a little break, and then we'll be back. Here we. Hey, Cornade. We're talking about retirement. We're talking about retirement. In reality, we're talking about all the things that synergize with food. So what does food do? It's a permanent on the battlefield. It's an artifact. Has an activated ability. Gains life. What else can you do with food? Sacrifice, permanence, right? Sacrifice and a food for an effect. Yes, absolutely. That's already kind of a lot. That's kind of already a lot centered around just food. Besides like literal food matters. Tokens matter. It's true. Could be tokens matter. Maybe we can introduce another type of token. Could be ingredients or spice. Forage is something that exists. Descent revolt triggers unless you're already counting that under sack. That's good. That's really good. When something leaves the battlefield. That's a lot. That's a lot to work with just centered around food. Honestly, a lesson learned is like a huge part of it. We don't necessarily have to create a brand new mechanic for the set. It can just be food, different ways to use food, lesson learn, and then like the concept of Dragonstorm wait, what is it called? Wow, I don't even know the card name. I thought it was Dragonstorm Conjurer, but Dragonstorm Globe. I'm so bad with Magic. See you later, Horn. Forecaster, Dragonstorm Forecaster, thank you. Truffle Snout rebrand. We can stick Truffle Snout on the bonus sheet. Maria's Outrider? Who the heck is Maria? Where's Maria gonna? Why is Maria on this plane? She's not, but her Outriders are. Is that why they're called Outriders? Because they're that's because they're out of whatever. A plus. Okay. I mean, forging can certainly be a thing. This is already a lot. This is already a lot, right? So if we go back to this, if we go back to the color pairs, because we talked about this a little bit in terms of what's our favorites, etc. But in the context of just food for everything, I think we should pick some mechanics. Print Black Cat? May I ask why? What are we doing with Black Cat? Because there's actually artifact matters can actually Oh, that's a Cauldron Familiar. Black Cat is a totally different card, you know. Black Cat is a 2-mana 1/1. When it dies, the opponent discards a card at random. Which, now that I think about the flavor of that card, that's a little sad. I feel like Black Cats get a bad rap for being bad luck. And I feel like that card is based around the flavor of Black Cats having bad luck, so that's a little sad. That's a little sad. Can find a home for the 2 black ones? That sucks. Wow. That's so poignant, too. Because we love cats and we hate rats, obviously. You see a rat, you know, it does a number on your brain. You see a cat and you're happy, and the cat dies, and then you're sad. Hashtag flavor. How many reprints do I want? Well, Dustin said EU when it came down to reprints, so probably 0. Probably stick them all on a bonus sheet. I mean, like, what's the functional purpose of a reprint, you know? The only carryover is loot. And there's no second market with this, obviously. I think if there's like a food theme card that we can give a different limited context, I think that's like the thing that makes sense. I mean, it would be pretty sweet to find like a food theme card that like was never playable in its limited environment because it wasn't the right environment, and this one just happens to be it. I don't know, maybe Food Fight finally playable. Like, when was Food Fight printed? Eldraine, right? But there's gonna be like way more food in this set, probably. I think we do have to talk about how much food there will be. Blue White has already had an Artifact Matters theme. There's Artifact Matters themes for... Like, once again, we're trying to figure out the... we're trying to figure out the draft card, right? Hey, there needs to be enough food, right? What's the color you most think about when it comes to activated abilities? Honestly, I could see Gruul being about activated abilities. Think of like Sfella and how much people like Sfella. Like Exhaust, right? It's kind of like activating abilities. Sfella is pretty great. I mean, like, there's a lot of precedent for blue-white caring about artifacts. Cephalopod Sentry, etc., etc. They could just have food on the battlefield. I think it could be an interesting dynamic to have some colors care about just hoarding food, and some colors caring about eating food, right? Like red-green, if its activated abilities cares about eating food. Maybe blue-white cares about hoarding food. Maybe blue-black cares about hoarding food. I mean, yeah, blue-white, black-white's probably life gain. LOL. What's that Wilds of Eldraine mechanic that cared about 2 permanents entering the battlefield? That didn't seem like people liked. But what was that? Could be life gain for Selesnya as well. Well, was it called Celebration? Ash. I know Ash is a card. Not just a trainer, Ash, but Ash. Wow, I picked a terrible. There's so many Ashes. Ash Party Crasher. It is Celebration, yeah. Yeah, Celebration. I mean, that would work. Something like Celebration would work. And permanence ETB, right? Could do something with Celebration, perhaps, for red white. Blue green feels like hoarding food. It could be tokens matter, right? It could be like a tokens thing. There was tokens, a token theme in MH2, I think, for blue green. Just design wise, we will run into an issue here that certain colors will be split between wanting to sack food and wanting to keep food, which I think is a little dangerous, right? And might weaken a color too much. If half their cards care about sacking, half their cards care about hoarding food. So we have to be careful when we're picking out commons specifically, that they're kind of encompassing Isn't that always like that in the set? Yeah, and that's why sets suck. I mean, I do think that a lot of sets suffer because from that confused identity. But there's sometimes like a color or two that don't have confused identity and they just become far and away the best colors. I think that's probably like fundamentally where a lot of color imbalance comes from. I mean, yeah, like maybe this is maybe we shouldn't do this. Maybe we should just do white, right? Blue, black, red, green. And just like have this all be focused on hoarding, right? Hoarding artifacts. This could be like sacrificing artifacts. Maybe this can be like activating abilities. And then how do you reconcile with red-white? That's a great question. Enablers single color pay after dual color. That would work. Yeah, that would actually work. I do like play design. Sorry, play booster era. Double common gold card or double uncommon gold cards. I do like that. I think that actually works out really well. The problem, like it would be fine in Tarkir. For Abzan specifically, it would be fine in Tarkir if it wasn't like meant to be 3 colors. So you weren't meant to combine gold cards, right? If black-white was a functional deck on its own, which it's barely, and green-black is a functional deck on its own, which it is, then that would be fine, right? If it was a dual color set. But for the fact that Abzan exists, and you want to be able to benefit off of both gold cards, that's a problem. Because you can't really. Because Hardened Veteran doesn't care about Host of the Hereafter. So because we're doing a dual color set and not trying to worry about tricolors or wedges, bye Tokeskokes. Because we're not caring about wedges here, I think we can just have enablers in monocolor and payoffs in multicolor. I think that makes sense. And I think that's probably all you need, right? That's probably all you need. Because that way, another thing that I'm not a huge fan of, which I'm not sure is reasonable to exclude, but I'm not a huge fan of secret gold cards. You know? Not a huge fan of secret gold cards. Because it kind of just feels like a gotcha for players learning. You know, like you include this card, this mono blue card in your dual color deck, but it has like 0 business being there. Yeah, like a white card that only grows in white green. Yeah. Those are secret gold cards. So we want to minimize that. I should probably write that down as a goal. Minims. But I really like the idea of enablers single color and payoffs in dual color. Shaken, do you think secret gold cards? If you want some build arounds in monocolor. I mean, I guess we would, right? But like not that many. Well, like it can't just be completely stone unplayable. Like the cards that have homes is fine, but like ones that are like embarrassingly bad everywhere else, or it only goes in one deck. There's got to be a way to avoid that. You know, like I think it like for example, what if Host of the Hereafter was a mono green card? I think that'd be fine because like the card's okay on its own, but like it's at its best in green black. So I think that's like a good spot for it. What is an example of a recent secret gold card? I'm actually really looking forward to designing a activated abilities matters archetype because I actually think that could be really cool. You can have a lot of stuff for that. And I love activated abilities. They're great. Most blue artifacts. Hmm. Kind of funnily enough, maybe Tarkir is like good in that regard because like even Essence Anchor I think is fits into multiple archetypes pretty well because it works with Harmonize and Sultai Renew stuff. Hmm. Maybe they haven't printed secret gold cards in a long time. Yeah, Grim Bubble's fine. Ended up being fine. I thought Pactol was specifically more of a speed card than it was an artifact card, to be honest. Yeah, so that was fine too. They did a pretty good job with that. I mean, that's kind of just where we want to be, right? We don't want to end up with cards that are so hyper focused. Just looking through Aether Drift now? Okay, that's a good idea. I want to look at DFT. I mean, it's kind of sort of okay that I mean, this card kind of sort of fit with speed too, even though it wasn't very good there. I guess like Synergist was like really awful outside of blue white. Like it really wasn't good in black white. I mean, you could make it work. Lotus Guard Disciple is a little bit of a whiff. Yeah, there's some stuff. Hmm. Delta blood flies. Brood flies? Delta brood flies. No, you're right. Delta brood flies is definitely a secret gold card, but I think it's important for the format. It is blood flies. Dang it. Well, the point is people who are maximizing their synergies are going to be the winners. I think there's a definitive sweet spot where every card can go in every deck, and it's not like horribly unplayable. But it's really easy to tell who's like maximizing their synergies and who's not. But I do like cards. I do like meta decks where you can wheel things consistently. That I think makes for good drafts as well. I wonder how you organize that. I wonder if you like plan for like one hyper focused card. Yeah. I wonder if Delta Bloodflies is like too much pushed in the other direction. You know, like actually, well, why don't we talk about Bloodflies specifically? Do you think Bloodflies is too bad? Like you can pretty consistently wheel it if you're trying to actually go for black green. But it's like really weak. Like really, really weak. Oh, that's right. You've been bazooing, that's why. You've been bazooing. I mean, I keep talking smack about it, so whenever someone asks me, I just give my honest opinion. Someone asked me yesterday to rank it out of 10. I'm like, 4. All right. Poop. Green black is poop. It's a little sad that, dragons just exist in the format when you're trying to peck in with your 1/2. Okay, how are we supposed to map this out then? Are we gonna go back to the double spell one? Or the double color ones? If we generally make payoffs in multicolor. Generally. I mean, especially higher rarity stuff. Suggested for blue-green was like hoarding stuff. Here, we can just write out a sketch and then walk through it and see how it would feel, right? Funny because blue-red was also exhausting, activated abilities. I wonder if it could be the same. Although I think of blue-green when I think of activated abilities too, huh? I guess that would just be Teamer. It's kind of funny because it kind of looks like Jund is fairly sacrifice-centric. Huh. Not sure. I mean, like Wilds of World Drain did permanence ETB for red white theme as in celebration. Oh, do you know what life gain synergizes with? Going big, maybe. Ramp. Maybe blue green is just big stuff. Because like mechanically speaking, food does sort of fit into ramping. How do you how do you not stifle aggro in a food based format? I think that's another big question we have to ask ourselves. But I want to talk more about that after I go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay. I ended up stuffing my face too in the meantime. Pay 2, then for each colored mana spent, a payoff. I'm going to copy this whole thing. Because I think that's kind of interesting. I don't know if that's going to be like a main set mechanic or like a one-off for a card. Which I think is really interesting. Ooh. Okay. Random idea. If I have any random ideas, I'm just going to put it in. We can make a Speed Eater card. You know, like 3 mana 3/3 with upside. Because I was thinking about the ramp archetype, right? Something that means you can sack your food for benefit more quickly. Might actually be really interesting. Plus, it's also an activated ability, a cheap activated ability for that archetype. Maybe. To be determined, obviously. Okay. What I wanted to talk about when we got back. Oh, when you still need lesson learned stuff. Oh, how does lesson learned fit into any of this? Lesson learned is basically only for spells, right? Let me take a closer look at Strixhaven. It's an instant sorcery type. Someone told me that last time. So lessons can only be put on instants and sorceries. There can't be lesson creatures, I don't think. I mean, that's fine still. No def? Wait, no. No def, wait, no, no def. Learn can be on creatures, is that true? Or learn can be on creatures, yeah. Lessons, there can't be lesson creatures though. Yes. Yep. That's fine. I'm Watsy. I will shift things. I get to decide. All the lessons make creature tokens, that's right. No one can stop me. Hey, watch this. Watch this, Watsy. Watch me pull a pro gamer move, huh? Oh. No one could stop us. We're breaking the fabric of reality. I'm not going to do that. Whew. Bubbling Cauldron. Oh, do you know what I should check for you, Voljan? I should double check that you're being counted. I didn't do that yet last time. For your Star Rail gaming. You showed up, so I'm assuming that you're counting. You showed up on the when we're actually doing the stream. Oh, I see you. You're all the way up there, reaching Trailblaze 30, and you're almost 40. That's crazy. Thanks. That helps a lot. A plus. That's so much. That's so much. Did you end up doing any of like the main quest? At all? Food creation. Blue, black can make food. Oh, we could have the black baby god be consumed from the graveyard to make food. Oh, that's actually pretty far. Okay. If this is our preliminary, wait, we didn't talk about offsetting or making aggro good because I don't want aggro to be snowbally. What's fun aggro? I mean, people like hate mono red. Why do people hate mono red in Magic? Because they don't like feel like they get to do their cool thing. And how bad is it? Like, was Aether Drift bad because it was a super slow format? The thing is, I kind of liked Aether Drift. People liked Aether Drift in general about the draft format. So it's not even necessarily a bad thing that it's a slow format. That's kind of interesting. Is direct damage a big key for that? I mean, kind of like Tempting Witch, right? I mean, there could pretty easily, if we're gonna have activated abilities be like an actual archetype, it's pretty easy to just slap direct damage on a creature. In fact, the baby god could be direct damage. This one? So it doesn't have to have haste, really. In fact, we could give this reach. Oh my gosh, we could make this one the stupid thing. Let's just make it Panicked Altasaur. It could be. It could be Reach instead, which is like kind of atypical, but I love red Reachers. Yeah. Make it a 4/5. Oh my gosh, discard a card, draw a card. For free? Needs to be fair and nah, just rummage for free. Constantly. Altosaurus tap deal damage, yeah. I mean, we could just start it off with the Altosaur ability. We can change it later, but like, it's an idea, right? Like actual panicked Altosaur. It's an idea. Hey, what if panicked Altosaur was also an MDFC, huh? This creature deals 2 damage to each opponent. A+. Easy back on pick one. It's pretty dang strong. It's pretty dang strong. I mean, it's pretty dang good. Does that make the green god look embarrassing by comparison? 6 mana, 6/6 trample. I mean, it looks worse. It looks much worse. Do you know how to make this card busted? We'll make all the cards busted. 7. Now it's completely unfair. These babies are so fat. These such fat babies. Gain 6 life on ETB? Absolutely. It's so easy to make busted magic cards. As babies should be mega fat. I reduced the cost to 3 and tap because I think it's better. It's like it's to use up your whole turn is too much, I think. But all these gods have the MDFC side on the back. You offer food to their little, you feed them in their little nurseries and they pop back out as baby gods. Gosh, the difference between 6 and 7 toughness is so huge in most sets. I really like the red god having an activated ability because if red is tangential to a couple archetypes that cares about activated abilities, then having an activated ability on the red god's really good. I mean, the god should be pretty dang strong, right? Not like busted strong. Is there going to be a flicker effect? There can be a flicker effect, but putting it able to target lands is going to be super dangerous. I mean, maybe there can be like an expensive flicker effect that's like attached to something else. Turn them back into lands. Unfortunately, the front side here is the creature side, and the back side is the land side. I mean, unless you want to swap that, that'd be really funny. that'd be really funny. Turn them. Wow, there's so many activated abilities. Maybe the activated abilities archetype is busted. I wonder if that's just busted. Because, like, I was thinking there could possibly be something that reduces activated abilities, like Training Grounds type thing. Which, gosh, Training Grounds would be a nice reprint. Training Grounds would be a nice reprint for this set. Which would also maybe reduce the activated abilities of these lands. You can, like, 2 mana tap. Put it back into hand, which is pretty sweet. What does black care about? What is 40,000 Twitch points? Become a command, become an emote, re-up an emote. Is that on mine? So black cares about, and in our initial whatever here layout, cares about collecting artifacts, sacrificing artifacts, things hitting the graveyard, life gain. A lot of it points to like sacrificing food, like eating food. It could be a menacer. It could certainly be a menacer that I see your motivation to not spend them. You're supposed to spend them. The new meta is all marbles now. Hmm. It could be like a high-powered creature that has menace. You can give it death touch, maybe? I guess death touch menace is better on high toughness. Oh my gosh. That's so many points. It should have high toughness. What should the dynamic be? Should all the gods trade with each other? Or the black and the whatever god trade with each other? Hannah's asking why some of them are double slashes and some aren't. It's because these are official MDFCs. That's auto named that. Backside, front side, and this is just something I named. This is just a placeholder that I named it. So it's not actually front side, backside. This one is front side, backside. But black is like tangential to archetypes that care about things hitting the battlefield or hitting the graveyard and sacrificing. So this could be like a sack outlet, but I don't know. Feels pretty whatever. Whatever. We can move on from that. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. I was thinking this should be an artifact, but for it to be an artifact, then it needs to be food. But I don't think there's gonna be baby. I don't think there's gonna be a food baby. Maybe there should be a food baby. Is it food baby or baby food? I wonder how that would work. Yeah, I don't really have good ideas for these right now. These ones. I don't really have a good idea for the black one either. Sleep target, baby. The green one seems fine. 6/7 is huge. Red baby's fine. Kind of interesting. I wonder if we want to try and make gold uncommons, you know, kind of like you do a set review. Maybe what we want to do here is make Azorius card. Azorius card 1. Azorius card 2. Right. Mirror card 1. Mirror card 2. I should probably change these to uncommon if I'm going to start doing this, because they're all going to be uncommons. Rakdos card 1. Rakdos card 2. Selesnya card 1. Oop, sorry. Selesnya card 2. What's the last color pair? Gruul. Gruul card 1. Gruul card 2. Borjove card 1. Oops, how did these become commons again? What happened? Disaster. Can I bulk edit? Oh. Not sure if I can. What is it card 1? I wonder if Glacial Dragon Hunt a failure of a design? Because like people get confused in terms of how to play it so often. I wonder if it is. I wonder if we should consider it. Because of how many people you see discard a card and get confused. Or discard a card when they don't need to discard a card. Skill issue? Yeah. Enemy colors. Boros. I really like the Boros frame. I'm a big fan of the Boros frame. I like Boros a lot. Azorius, Boros, Dimir, Gruul, Izzet, Orzhov, Rakdos, Selesnya, Simic. What are we missing? We're missing some. Simic. Am I missing some? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm missing 1 exactly. Golgari, thank you. Perfect. Boros' choice least favorite. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Cool. Make Boros the strongest? All right, cool. All right, we'll make it a mercenary. All right, done. Ship it. Easy peasy, easy peasy. Is this not fair and balanced? All right, set's finished. Green 5-drop, green 5-drop, green fight. So good. Making food feels interesting in all the colors, but there's blue has made food before, black has made food before, green has made food before, obviously, white's made food. Has red never made a food token? In history? It's funny because blue has certainly made food before. Ah, you gift a food. You've gifted a food before. Food has made food or food fight? I guess that one's Sack's food. Wish Good Luck has made food. Just cares about sacking food. So not many cards have created food out of nothing. Neat. I guess literally Overcooked is like the only one. You okay with a card called Overcooked, even though there's an Overcooked card right here? Because there is already an Overcooked card. Or does it not count? This is kind of what I'm looking for, right? With celebration and food. No, it's good because all the colors have some precedent in making food. We can just have things make food. That's fine. Not a big deal. Not weird. All right, hold on. I need to go get water real quick. I'll be back and we'll design some gold cards that aren't anti-troid cards. Here be. Okay. All right. We might spend a decent amount of time on this because we want some really cool signposts, I think. I think we want some really cool signposts. And then we can see like how um how they sort of fit in together. Still kind of struggling with red white. It's kind of funny because well, Dimir and Haunt the Network kind of make sense together. Like a Haunt the Network-esque card. Caring about artifacts. Same thing with Azorius. First strike. Strike first. Hmm. How does Morbid read? If a creature died this turn. Triple strike, way better. If a creature died this turn. It's only if a creature died this turn. What's something that cares about permanence entering the graveyard? Is there a card that cares about permanence entering the graveyard? There's gotta be in some artifact set, right? The Send? Is that what it is? Wait, what? Permanent card, though. Permanent card was put into your graveyard. So this doesn't count tokens. Oh. So we clearly don't want to send. Is there really no mechanic that cares about if a permanent entered your graveyard from anywhere? But not permanent card? Why is card here? Because of map tokens? Is it because it's counterintuitive about tokens and hitting the graveyard? I feel like for one of these Golgari gold cards, I want maybe these Golgari cards should check if a permanent goes to the graveyard, but only triggers once a turn. Because I kind of get it being hard to track. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. So whenever a permanent is put into your graveyard from anywhere. So this could be like whenever a permanent is put into your graveyard. From the battlefield, maybe? Like you may mill a card or something, and then like... I don't know if this is the wording for it. I don't know, something like it. This would be a creature of some kind. So like obviously whenever you sack a actually it might not be bad to trigger more than is it busted that this triggers more than once? I wonder if this is busted. Or maybe it's just not even good. Who knows? It's so hard actually to balance these things on the fly. It's impossible. Skill issue, really, I guess. If this is actually a 2-drop, it would be like a 2/3. Something that could survive early combat and block well. I was thinking Exile 3 because it mirrors foraging, right? Whenever a permanent is put into your graveyard from the battlefield. And still fuels graveyard stuff. So ironically, or maybe not ironically, this is way more of a this is way more of a graveyard card than a food card. It's like this also works off of trading. This also works off itself, which is kind of wild. Compost. Wait, compost. Hello. How's your trip? Compost is great. I love that. I mean, there's a whole like there's a whole dynamic of farming, right? Like sustainable farming that we could tap into with Golgari. Maybe the second one could be like a basket of worms. Worm culture. It would be a throwback to the worm stream. Did I tell you the horrors of the worm stream though? I don't know if I'm pretty sure I mentioned this like a lot many years ago, but I don't know if I ever finished or I don't know if I brought that up again. Yeah, they all died. So sad. Okay, you do remember that. So very sad. We collected a bunch of words and murdered them all. Heartbreaking, really. I want to take a look at some of these morbid designs. They might give me inspiration for Golgari cards. Yeah, Ward 2. Caravan Vigil, beginning, morbid. Cost less if it's creature died this turn. Yeah, tracking is a big issue, huh? Tracking for tokens is a big issue. But Morbid also cares about tokens, though. Right? Morbid also cares about tokens. Gosh, we should have food creature tokens. That might be way too powerful. Food creature tokens, huh? Morbid. The thing is, none of these cards like incentivize death. Like none of them like self-enable. Yeah, none of these really self-enable, do they? Huh. I guess because the creature has to still be around to trigger the morbid. Seance board, nice. Because this one's kind of like a mix between a payoff and an enabler. I think what I really want for Golgari 2 is like an actual like pretty big payoff for having stuff die. But what would that look like? The only thing I can think of is adding counters onto something. Kind of like the soul counters. And having some sort of like big payoff for that. Like what if it was like a 3-mana 1/1 something? I wonder if there's a card like this that whenever something dies, it gets a +1/+1 counter. We're talking like the mob. What is it called? Unruly Mob? But worse. But it triggers off of food too. I wonder if there's something like that. I wonder if this card is just horrible. Like, what if we did... What if we did this? Whenever permanents put your graveyard from the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Return target creature from your graveyard to your hand. I don't know, something like this. I have a very difficult time evaluating. Maybe it should be a 1-2. It's funny how like small tweaks in stats make a huge difference. Like whenever anything trades off? Like kind of nutty, isn't it? I need to look at precedent. I need to look at previous cards. This is whenever another creature dies. +1/+1 counter. Chainsaw. Universes Beyond makes me laugh a lot. Add more zeros. So with 2 deaths, it already becomes what, a 3/4? That's kind of insane, right? I believe Yu-Gi-Oh starts at 1,000. I'm perusing here. When another creature dies, put a +1/+1 counter on each vampire you control. I mean, it doesn't seem too busted. Oh, there are 50s? Oh yeah, of course, there are zeros, yeah. There are 50s, wow. I didn't know that. It could be a 4-mana 2/3. That's probably weaker, right? Whatever. I'm not going to worry too much about the development right now. I think I'm focusing on. I think I'm hemming and hawing too much about the numbers when I'm just never going to know. Right? I'm just not going to know. I'm going to fine tune it later. Okay. I mean, both of these have the permanent clause. Cares about creatures dying, cares about food getting eaten. Doesn't care about once a turn. Go ahead and mass sacrifice. Dang, this one also has threat of activation, which is pretty nutty. It can get really chunky. Also, this card is kind of sick because like when they point a removal spell at it, you just dump all its counters off. This card is disgusting, isn't it? But it's just a little slow. Potentially. Potentially a little slow. But we'll see. Okay, well, that's Golgari. Goal caring about activated abilities? Would it be stupid to have an activated ability that gets cheaper based on other activated abilities you activated this turn? would that be stupid? Is that hard? Is that really hard to track? That's kind of funny though. Um What would it do though? What does ability do? Because then you can keep activating it to make it cheaper too. I think it's kind of funny. Maybe it's a pump. Oh, yeah. What if it's just a Smork card? What if it's like a... I don't know how to word this. So obviously on its own. Maybe it should be cheaper, actually. So without any assistance. Without any assistance, this is 4 mana for the first +2/+2, then 3 mana, so 7 mana for +4/+4. And then 9 mana for +6/6. 10 mana for +8/8. Then obviously there are other activated abilities that can make this really heckin' cheap. Including eating food. this could get really dangerous. This could get really dangerous. I think this card needs trample though. Just to, you know, just to make it more dangerous. I wonder if it's too weak as a 3/3. Probably. Because, like, honestly speaking, a 4 mana 3/4 is not very good. But let's say, how much does it cost to eat a food and activate this? You eat a food, you activate this for 3 mana. So it's 5 mana to eat a food and activate. Obviously, there's the Red Baby God, which is just a tap ability. I'm gonna look up for each. See what the wording is on that. For each. Okay, this is not gonna get us anywhere. For each target beyond the first. For each creature you control with flying. What about sacrifice? For each creature you control. Really don't know how to word this. For each spirit, sacrifice this way. Oh. Oh, you're right. Ooh. For each non-mana? That's so awkward, but I guess. Yeah, I think otherwise it would be completely. I think it would reduce it. Yeah. I mean, who knows? Maybe it's still Bustos. It is a pretty big tax on green, at least. I should probably look that up, right? Whenever you activate an ability, perhaps? See how Wizards has handled it? Activate a blank ability. Activate a blank ability. Whenever you activate an ability of an elemental. Oh. Whenever you activate an ability is activated. Whenever you activate an ability that targets a creature or player. Oh, so they always put a condition on it, huh? Whenever you activate a loyal ability. Welcome back, Shimmer. Whenever you activate an ability of an artifact. Activate an exhaust ability. Activate an exhaust ability. That isn't a mana ability. Oh, how is this worded? How is this worded? Whenever an opponent that isn't a mana ability. Is that how they word it? Reachability. I don't know. There's got to be a better way to word this. We can brainstorm it a little. I should take a break though. There's got to be a better way to word that. Yeah, we'll see. I'll be right back. Whew. All right. Neat. I should look up wordings on things that cost less. Real quick. If you for each. Cost less for each. Each opponent you have, each opponent you're attacking, each creature targets, instant source your graveyard. For each you've paid or lost this turn. The wording on this is close. For each creature that died this turn. So this spell costs, or blah blah blah, costs less to cast for each ability you've activated this turn that isn't a mana ability. Okay, I think that would work. I want Training Grounds in this set. This ability costs one less for each ability there's already contraction. That isn't a mana ability. Okay. That's interesting. How does any card have Ability Storm? Ability Storm's interesting. Copy this for each ability you've activated this turn. Because, I mean, this is kind of getting at the idea of Ability Storm. I mean, this card might be cracked already. It's just a little slow. I mean, 1 mana +2/+2 on a trampler is kind of sick. Kind of sick, kind of doing it. Automaton, I love Automaton. Gosh, we should have a Automaton in the set. I want a form of Automaton. Let's see. Whenever you activate an ability of an... Gets +1/+1 until end of turn. That would be nutty. Gosh, I'd love that, actually. Maybe we should just do it. That isn't a mana ability. So I'm just looking for wording right now. Ah, it's 2 sentences. Sorry. Like on Aki Ronin. You may discard a card, period. If you do, draw a card. This is going to be a creature. It's going to have stats. Because the ability is, frankly speaking, not that strong. I wanted it to have an activated ability itself. I don't know what that activated ability should be, though. Maybe it can dump mana into creating a food. Ah, maybe it can be a really expensive direct damage pinger. We give something trample. Oh, there's a lot of options. Yeah, there's a lot of options here. Because regardless of what it is, it's also a rummage, right? So I think the major question is, should it be an expensive effect or a cheap effect? Because this can represent a ton of rummaging, right? Looting, I think, is a little OP. So I think it has to be rummaging. And this is going to be like a mega rummager. So I think this in itself has to be an expensive ability. So I think it has to be something. I mean, it could be make a food, and food also has like a double synergy, right? In that it makes another thing that triggers another rummage, which is kind of sick. So I think they could probably be an expensive creative food. Like it could even be like 2 red green make a food. Red green tap make a food even. Does it have to be? I'm not gonna stress out too much about it. So I don't necessarily think that red is like super fast. It doesn't have to be super fast if it cares about like activating abilities in this set. I don't know, some preliminary designs. I kind of like this that it feeds itself. That feeds itself. Yeah, something like that. I do like the idea. 6 mana rummage too? Yeah, it's not bad. But mostly the power comes from like other things activating abilities, cracking a food token, rummage 2, rummage 1. I wonder if it's like heckin' 2 pushed if this is a 3/2. Just a casual omnivore plus. Probably. Probably just want it to be a bear. And the bears are like kind of bad. This one? Grill Master Grill Master Grill Master Extraordinary. This? It definitely can't be. It must. I mean, I guess it could be. All right, Grill Master Extraordinaire. All right, look at that. Look at the art we made for this. It's so grilly. It is like creating food. It's literally creating food. It should be a raccoon. This one should be a raccoon. Oh, wait. Are we going to have 3? A raccoon chef, yeah. It's a first person it's a first person view of the grill. Wait a second. We need the gods. Crap. I feel like the gods need a slot here. What's the identity of the gods? The 2-color gods. Or because the 3-color gods feel like they're getting into. Oh, the 2-color gods, I guess, could be rares too. Yeah, maybe they should be rares. Maybe all the non-monocolor gods should be rares. Thinking about it. Oh, we're certainly thinking about it. Uncommon might be good for the 2. Is there anything that needs to be like... Mythic for the 4, 5, and 0, yeah. Maybe. Actually, I would personally like that. I would like the mythics to be like particularly difficult to cast or use. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think so. Can this be a god? I mean, it can do some pretty sick things. The Dredger can do some pretty sick things too. Seven mana, gain 2 life for each creature in the graveyard. It's just a 7 mana, what is that card called? I have the art in my brain. What is the card called? That's a card that exists, like literally. Not Crypt Incursion. Crap, it's from Innistrad. Or Dark Ascension, yeah. But it costs like 3 and it has flashback. I mean, these cards seem like they might be pretty sick, so. The only thing is I want the uncommon gods to be like pretty strong. That's the only requirement here. Strong like a 4 mana 2/2. Strong like a 4 mana 2/2. Let's go. Maybe this one could just be a removal spell. Like, gets minus x, where x is equal to twice the number of artifacts you control. I kind of want this to loot too. How does this work? What's a refute? What's the order of this? Oh, it's all attached to the same thing. This is literally a thing, right? Where x is the number of artifacts you control. It's twice the number of artifacts you control. Cool. The next one needs to be the Dimir God. I guess we should call them gods. There should be a blue anime food. Yes, I think so. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. We should make Foodland. There needs to be Foodland. Yeah, at Common. We'll just upload a picture of Foodland. Why not? Sack food, look at the top 3. Cast 1 for free. It's so strong. That's so good. Maybe, oh my gosh, the Dimir card should touch opponent's card, shouldn't it? Ooh. I think the Dimir God should do something like that. How would it differ from Ensoul Artifact? Because that's kind of the baseline. Oh. I'm not sure. It's a good question. Hey, you know what? You know what? Wait a second. Something's coming to me. Something's coming to me. Something's happening. What if this, what if there's a subclass? What if like the recipe involves, as an additional cost, sacrifice a lot of different things, but then it's okay that it's so conditional because you can fetch it out of your sideboard. And that might actually be a really good place for the lessons, because honestly, like, you learn and then you fetch a recipe. It's like you're kind of learning a recipe. I don't know if that's how cooking works. I don't cook. I don't cook that much. Well, I literally do put food together, but I wouldn't call it cooking. Um, I need a lesson card to look at. Pest summoning. It is just sorcery dash lesson, huh? And then as an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice and then, you know, a couple of combined things, and we'll look at Sinister Concoction for something like that. So like a super mega, I mean, it would be like super mega bone splinters or something. Sacrificing a god is like a super steep cost. How does this even work? With stacking as an additional cost. If a permanent is put into your graveyard from anywhere this turn. Ooh. 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 Is that better for the dredger? And just keeps coming back? It could be from the graveyard. I'm not entirely sure. Huh, I'm not entirely sure how sideboard play would work. Is there something with the additional cost of doing multiple things? I just want to see something where you have to pay multiple additional costs. But that's all mana. That's not like different types of things, right? I meant like sack a creature and pay life or something. Discard a card and pay life, or sack a creature and discard a card. Actually, there's got to be one. Sack a creature, discard a card to do something? There's got to be something with that effect. What about that -13/-13 card? What was that called from Shadows over Innistrad? Or Eldritch Moon. Eldritch Moon. Eldritch Moon. Bleed Dry. Okay, what is Bleed Dry? That's that's just a removal spell. That one's just a removal spell. That's just -13/-13. Ah, there we go. Yes, Ruthless Disposal. Is that what I asked for? Oh, I did. I literally did ask for that. I did ask for that, yeah. What am I doing here? Discard a card. There needs to be a food that draws a card when it dies or something. Probably colorless. An enabler, I think. I'm not even finished with this card yet. Craft. Craft from LCI. Yeah, maybe something Lembassy. Lembassy. Lembas? Lembas? Lembassy? Yeah, rabbit cake. I don't know what's fair here. Maybe this can be what recipes are. Maybe recipes are lessons. Maybe the recipes are just a cycle of lessons. Candy Trail is yummy. Is there any 1-mana food creature? Ginger Brew. Yeah, Ginger Brew. Let's make another Ginger Brew style card. Maybe the whole cycle of recipes can be like something, sacrifice of food. Can only be blocked by food. Oh, that's good. Or can't be blocked by food, too. Like a common would have that text, like a common 2-drop or something. Kind of like trinket text almost. There probably will be a common cycle of colored food creatures, yeah. Because the food in this set represents failed culinary experiments, which we've talked about being in all colors. That does make a lot of sense because everyone messes up. Is it you gain 3 life? How is this worded? It does say you gain 3 life. Okay. Okay, we're kind of just going off at this point. Because I kind of sort of want. Food baby. How's this worded? How does Ginger Brew worded? Because it's a food. Has an inherent natural activated ability. Ah. Are there any foods in existence that don't have the 2-tap sack, gain 3 life? Did they ever break that rule? Wizards, I mean. No? Okay. Yes? Yes, no, yes. see. Yeah, yeah. So it's not straight up that, but you can still sack it to gain 3 life. So it's still pretty much that. The sack. Oh, okay, sure. Yeah. But still, it's within the spirit of it. Oh, yeah, Sir Ginger. Wow. Sir Ginger legitimately doesn't gain 3 life. That's a broken that's straight up broken rule. Oh wow. Huh. Yeah, you're right. It's just that Sir Ginger oh wow. It's just as long as it sacks to gain life though, I guess. Food baby. Oh wait, it's time for a break. I don't know what order this is in. Is this I'm pretty sure this is above this. Yeah, anyway, this is a food baby. Food night, food baby. Yeah. Why is it plant mutant food though? Why isn't it food plant mutant? Why is it food? Why I'm so confused. Whatever. It's break time. I'll be back. Hello, Selen. We've created a food baby. It's a food baby. Don't ask questions about infinity. All right, it's break time. I'll be right back. I think we want. So first of all, Food Baby is immensely powerful, right? Food Baby is immensely powerful. Oh, why is it a land? Sorry. It shouldn't be a land. I mean, yeah, Food Baby is like super duper duper strong. Could be format warping, in fact, Food Baby. Right? Right? This is really pushed. Okay, sorry, I want it to be a 1-drop. How can it be less pushed? Should it be a 1/1? Could be change to sacrifice? Oops. Each player draws. Huh. Is that weird? Let's look up other cards like it. I really. Ooh. I want, as Dustin said, I want a card that where both players draw cards. That's actually really good. When was the last time a card like that was good? But no one used that mode, did they? The draw cards mode? Yeah. Yeah, sadly. 1, when this artifact enters scry 2. Tap 2, gain 3 life, draw a card. That one you had to use the ability to get the card draw. That's because it. That's right. That's right. Yeah, Fairy Mastermind and Fevered Visions. Fevered Visions. Yeah, so other sac effects didn't draw a card. Yeah, and this one's a creature. This one has a body. Food Baby has a body. Wait. Okay. Yeah. I didn't say nice body, so we're avoiding we're avoiding that territory. let's not talk about any nice bodies on babies, okay? We're not doing that this set. What's the wording on Food Baby isn't real, can't hurt you. You wouldn't eat the Food Baby? I would absolutely eat the Food Baby. I would eat the Food Baby. Don't even worry about it. What is it? Market gnomes. What's the wording on market gnomes to help me with this wording? Oh. No, that's not what I wanted. Is there any card that triggers off of getting sacrificed so I can just verify that this is how you're supposed to word it? I do want it to draw a card. Heaped Harvest. Carrot Cake. But that's when it enters and when it's sacrificed. Hopeless Nightmare. Oh, that's different. And when you sacrifice it. I think when this creature is sacrificed works. I think that works. It looks weird though, doesn't it? When this creature is sacrificed. Draw a card. Because I do want it to trigger the draw off of other effects. Yeah, I wonder if it's too strong for a common. Still, I don't know. We'll see. Okay, whatever. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. I think that's the way to word it. I think so. When you sacrifice this, draw a card. Yeah, that looks better to me. It's shorter. Either way, we can understand it. So we can always adjust it later. Anyway, Food Baby, a little bit of glue. I do think that this makes this is, I guess it's not that bad for aggro. If this were when it died, draw a card, that would be a nightmare for aggro decks. But like, it's not that bad because you're trading a full card. You have to sack it. I think Food Baby's at a fine position. You think making it a 1/1 is better? Like, it's kind of sort of okay if it just trades off. I wonder if it should be a 1/1 or a 1/2. Kind of interesting. Yeah. Because flavor completely separate, as Dustin was talking about. I want a feast flavored card. Oh, you can chump and sack it. Yeah. Ooh. Oh yeah, you can chump sack it. It's crazy. It's like that card, right? How much more insane? What's the alchemized insect that exiles and you gain life? That they changed with alchemy to be a 1/2 instead of a 1/1, and it's like so busted now. It's like one of the best cards in the format. Haywire Might, yeah. It's such a big difference. It's such a big difference. Yeah. Make it a 1/1. I mean, a colorless card shouldn't be dominating the format, right? To get around chump sacking. Neato. I like the concept of Food Baby though. Tell that to Glove. Well, Glove is a mistake. I can't believe it. I can't believe we're saying this about Tarkir. Globe is a mistake. I think it's too strong. Isn't that nutty? Because I'm pretty sure during like our set review, we were like, oh, this card doesn't look that good. Let's give it a D. I'm pretty sure I haven't even updated on the tier list. It's still probably in C territory. It's like a B. Remember the Horizon Baldur's Gate globes? I didn't really play that set, so I don't remember. Home Bath and Garden? Unless you're talking about some, like, channel. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, those orbs. Ah. Wow, those were so much worse. Well, it's the same. It's the same dragon thing. I wonder if they tried to, like, fix that. That's why. This is gonna change. Oh, we were in the middle of So before we went on to Food Baby, the Food Baby diversion, we were talking about the Demir God, because this is gonna be Demir God. And I kind of sort of wanted to touch the opponent's stuff. Because we polled people last week, and people were saying that they didn't mind their opponent stealing cards as long as it wasn't like, you know, as powerful as heisting. It was more like a developmental issue with heist rather than design necessarily. So Demir God is gonna touch stuff. Yeah, we're gonna touch stuff with Demir God. Touch opponent's cards somehow. I don't know how. So the concept was pitched to sack food. Oh, decay? Wait a second, decay? Isn't that good for a food set? Oh, I love that. Like Rockhurst Rakshasa. Like decompose. To mold. Blue black was originally where decay originated. All right, hold on. Let me bring up the doc. Mechanically speaking, we have a rough outline. So basically, where we're starting off mechanically is that there's going to be food in every color, including the colors that don't normally get food. So every color cares about food. The whole set is going to be food themed. Whole set is culinary school themed. So a lot of the mechanics and color combinations are things that can be assisted by food, which is why like red green cares about activated abilities, and obviously artifacts are like a thing. These are all kind of just spitballed. I don't know what blue red should be. No idea. Food can help facilitate late game, so I was wondering if there's a way to do that with red green. That's kind of how I ended up with the speed eater card of just eating food faster. So you don't have to spend 2 mana on it. I wonder if that's even good. Black can decay opponent's food. That's really, that's pretty good. Maybe black should be really good at destroying food. Huh. Yeah, actually. We got that poisons food? Yeah, because we want gods in our set. So the blue black theme is kind of just about like having artifacts on the battlefield, not necessarily eating them. Oh, stealing food. I like the idea of stealing food. It's kind of the game of stealing food is kind of fun because like they also have to kind of have their guard down for you to steal food. But it's not like hugely impactful, so it could be relatively cheap to try and steal food. Wow, yeah, stealing food. I like stealing food. You think stealing food is bad? Why is stealing food bad? Well, I mean, it could just be on a creature that's like okay anyway. What if it's like Windrake that tries to steal food or something? Well, Windrake is kind of crap card. What if? 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 Sorry, we're gonna skip here. Sorry, we're kind of jumping around, but I'm having fun, so. Seagull! Seagull! Like, it could be a blue 3-drop, right? How do I do the dots here? It's terrible. um I don't know, something like this, you know? That's an actual Windrake. That's a good name. Maybe Scry 2? I can't gain control of a food because it could steal creatures that way, and that'd be kind of OP. That'd be pretty OP. I don't know how to make the dots. I don't know how to make the dots. Templating wise. Double colon twice? Wow. Yeah? Wait. Oh! Oh! Yes, it does need flying, doesn't it? Are these indented? Like on normal cards? What's a modal creature? Truffle Snout. It's not. But the dash is longer. How do you get a longer dash? Whatever. Doesn't really matter. Oh, it's a dash, not a colon. That's why. I see. I don't know how to get that longer dash. I'm going to steal it from Scryfall. Give me that long dash. You just dashed twice? Okay. I just stole it from Scryfall. Double dash. I'll try double dash. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that worked. Double dash worked. It's called an M dash. I mean, Thieving Seagull essentially just, like, if they have mana open. Wait, the flavor on this is hilarious. Because if you see the seagull coming, if you have mana open, you just stuff the food in your face before it lands, before it steals it. I love that. Wow. It just works. It just works. That's funny as heck. All right, big fan. I don't know if this is the power level we're going for, but whatever. It's fine. It's funny. Like the IRL animals? Feed the IRL animals? Speed Eater. for his additional job. Neat. Gosh, I love Food Baby. Targeted food cat. Is that a bad line? It sounds not great. Why don't we just give a split second? Oh my gosh, food insurrection. Okay, this is totally wasted as a magic card, I think, but like food insurrection. That's it. That's it. That's the text. Whenever opponent creates a food token, create a treasure token. I like that. Here, hold on. I'm gonna copy paste the insurrection text. Untap all. I was kind of just thinking that you just eat them. Instead of like do anything useful with them. Just an idea. I mean, we gotta write flavor text and stuff. It's gonna take a while. I think it'll take longer than we're thinking. There's a whole flavor text department we gotta fill out. Puns to make, cards to name. I stole this text straight off of Insurrection, the Oracle text. So I guess here it has untap all and gain control. I don't know why. This is this is a real set. Quote unquote real. Urza can tap food for mana, yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. What day? At least they're still doing them. That's good. Food snob. Yeah, what would a food snob do? Let's top down that one. What would a food snob do? Gosh, I like how he made a card that incentivizes you to sacrifice babies. Ooh. Whenever your opponent sacrifices a food, they lose 3 life. Oh wow. That would be really, really funny. But both of you are on the same route of like uh not sacking food. Can't be sacrificed probably works. Rather than dealing damage or something. Yeah, Food Snob might be a white card. It'd probably be an uncommon because like denying a key game mechanic at common would probably be too much. It could be a stupid hate bear. Whenever you sack a food token, target creature gets -3. So the only things I have on this skeleton right now are commons. I don't actually have any uncommons, so we can just freestyle with uncommons and stuff. For you too. Maybe it could be priced. Oh my gosh, I should totally have vigilance. It should be an overcosted vigilance creature. What if Food Snob is like a 3 mana 3/4 with vigilance? Is that too much? Like Sentinel of the Nameless City? Except all it does is stop whatever from sacking. Is that like way too powerful? Oh. That's an interesting. If you have more players. I don't know if this is the right order. I don't know if that's the wording for it. That's kind of neat. As an idea. Because he's eating so much food. Got big. Food hoarder. That might be more of a green card, perhaps. Maybe that's more of a green card. Like a hoarding one. Hold on. I should probably take a break though. I need water for myself. And use the restroom. We're back. Okie dokie. I think there needs to be a common cycle that creates food. A common cycle of creatures that creates food on ETB. They could all be chefs? Oh, wow. Yes, absolutely. Human noble? Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm ripping wording. As long as you control... I think that's the wording. At least that's the wording on other cards. As long as you control more food than each opponent, this creature gets +2/+0. Yeah, cool. Yeah, food snob, human noble. Let's go. I like it. I like it. I like it. Good. Because it's a snob and trample. Maybe critics should trample. Maybe the Selesnya card can be a critic. They trample on your hopes and dreams. In like a similar vein. Maybe the Selesnya god can be a critic. Huh. Anyway, hold up. Let's talk about it is another activated ability. Which right now is like teamer stuff. Green, blue? Could be green, blue. How should we distribute the common creature that creates a food? And is there only one? And that's the thing. How much food are we talking here? So I think okay, two cycles that I want at common. At least one common cycle of food monsters. And one common cycle of chefs. Chef is a creature type, right? Whatever, it's gonna be a creature type now. Also, I think I thought about it a little, and I think there's gonna be elder hominids. We're gonna have some elder hominids in here. Yeah, we're cooking. How should we distribute this? Should they all be on 2-drops? Like if it's like a green 5-drop, it might be able to make 2 foods or something. But like the cheaper ones definitely only make 1. Maybe green is the only one that makes 2. I wonder if black makes 2 as well. So like the previous example from Wizards of a 2-drop that makes a food was the Baker's Duo, right? something chef. It's gonna have another type. The Baker's Duo is pretty dang strong, right? What does it do? When you expend 4, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. When this creature enters, create a food token. Yeah, they might have different effects. Oh. From sacking foods. Okay, hold on. Back to the to figure out the cycles, we need to revisit our themes. So white cares about artifacts sticking on the battlefield. Life gain. Permanent ETBing. It'd be like when when an artifact enters the battlefield or something, get +1/+1. Is that how? That's kind of annoying because it triggers off itself. Is that bad? Because it feels like it might be a little strong if it's just any non-land permanent. I guess it could only trigger once each turn. Basically. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, it would be like Mandible Justiciar. That card is really good though. And this one makes an artifact too. It's really powerful. I wonder if it should be a 2/1 then. So no lifelink, but it makes a food on ETB. It's about the same. No idea. It could be whenever, yeah, it could be whenever you gain life. It gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Like a temporary Pridemate at common, because I think at uncommon or at common it's a little much if it's actual Pridemate. There's a couple different themes that could be had there. Kind of interesting. Be White Food Chef. Definitely different mana costs, I think. So mechanically speaking, what are the archetypes that want food down the fastest? I guess white, it makes sense because white wants food down pretty fast to like start accumulating a board. Etc. etc. I'm starting to think maybe Thieving Seagull is too strong. I wonder if it's too feel bad. Whatever. I wonder if Thieving Seagull is too strong. Oops. I think I was on the wrong screen the whole time too. Yeah, I wonder if Stealing is too much of a feel bad for it to be a common. Hmm. Yeah, because the play pattern is a little feel bad, isn't it? To just steal something at common. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna copy this. I'm gonna upshift this to uncommon for now. Maybe it'll be a 3-drop that's like a 3/3 or something. Scry 3. Not sure. Wait, Food Chef is the 2-drop. Because I was thinking, I mean, there's always Windrake with upside. That's why. Oh, what if it's Huh? What if it's the 1-drop? What if it's the blue 1-drop? A la Hardened Evidence. Hard Evidence. Is that too OP? But like Hard Evidence was never that OP. And I don't think this needs any. I kind of don't think this needs anything else. That already feels pretty strong. I mean, this is just Hard Evidence is an O3. Isn't that a little nutty? Yeah, it could still be an O3. That's pretty stinking good for for a common. We'll just have to see how the different commons interact with each other later. We're just kind of riffing off. What if the black is like a Gravedigger almost? Korea does have an 0-5 1-drop, yeah. Aegis Turtle, that was, right? Trash digger. So I think one of the options needs to be create a food token. Otherwise, it's not really part of the cycle of commons, is it? And then something about returning. It might be OP to return a creature into food. But it might be too weak to just return to food. Because that would be like just an actual 3-for-1. Yeah, there's gonna be a common food creature cycle. Probably more food creatures too. Maybe it's one or both. How about that? I made a cool woman. We did it. Incredible. Mythic rare. Let's go. Easy mode. Where's Trash Digger at? Oh, Trash Digger. Is this how you'd word it? Double checking. Choose one or both. So I'm on Scryfall right now. Is it really choose one or both? It is choose one or both. When this creature enters, choose one or both. Return. Oh, return target, of course. Return target food card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. Yeah, why does this say choose? Can we just tack on the food effect? Can we just tack on the food effect? Return up to one target food card from your graveyard to your hand to create a food token. Does that just work? Why would I not just do this? Yeah, I wonder if that's just better. It's true if they exile your graveyard. That's funny. Should be a 2/2 for a Gravedigger. I think so. It would be part of the trigger. Name-based effects. What is a name-based effect? Make it a 2/3. Nerf it a bit. Too unspecific or too specific? Because this is like super specific, right? Like maybe too specific? If something says food, even though it never means name in Magic. That makes sense though. We could rework this. Where maybe kind of like Mass Vandal or Kaldheim, right? Maybe when it ETBs, you exile stuff and then make multiple foods. Maybe this one can make multiple foods too. But like cheaper than green, but with a hoop to jump through. I could see it. So how is Mass Vandal worded? You may exile. Like what if it's like this instead? When this creature enters, you may exile 2 cards from your graveyard. If you do, what if it's just as simple as that? Maybe now it's a 3/3 because it doesn't actually get value. Well, it does make a lot of food. Could even have Death Touch. 3/3 with Death Touch? Oh, there's a lot of versions of Trash Digger, huh? That we could make. Target. Something like that? That's not bad. Huh. Statting this one will be difficult, I think. Because that's like really strong if you have an excess of food, isn't it? But like it's clearly weaker than like Organ Hoarder, so I don't think it should be like a 3-2. Probably 3-3 is okay. That's really interesting. It's part of the food creation cycle. There definitely needs to be more than 10 food commons, though, I think. So we'll see what else is here. But we're starting with this cycle. So at least you're going down on food, so at least it's like limited. But other stuff makes food, like obviously. For example, if you return a creature that creates 2 food, that's pretty dang grindy. Yeah, Gravediggers do have an issue with repetitive gameplay, don't they? Well, I'll put a pin in it. Probably have to come back to that one later. Because that might end up being too repetitive. Yeah, I'm not sure. I could see like upping the stats and making it sack 2 foods or something. I don't know if that helps at all. That might not even help. So I feel like the red one should also sacrifice food. Maybe also a 4-drop here. When this creature enters, create food token, a good token. And then maybe it can also sack food to what? On a 4-drop, huh? What makes 4-drop commons good? Like good stats. Give creatures haste. Which means it can also give itself haste on the turn of ETBs, which is kind of sick. Ooh, that's kind of sick. What if it's like a 4-3? And then free sack effects for food. And Lord effects, yeah. Gosh, when was the last time we printed an actual good 4-mana Lord? Been a bit. I'll say it rare. Street Artist? Is that the card name? No. What's the Kaladesh card that gave energy and haste? Spontaneous Artist. Target creature gains haste until end of turn. So it's kind of sort of similar in that regard. That was a 3-3, and I think that's too weak. 4-3 probably goes a lot of way in helping that. Oh, no, this is a chef. Maybe this should be the lion cook. I guess I should be a cat chef, huh? Neat. Okay, we're we're getting through stuff. After this, we'll tackle the food cycle. I think. I should take another break though. I'll be back. Interesting though. Probably a green 5 drop next for this one. The baby god creates food on damage. Yeah, we'll see. Okie dokie. Um, Definitely a creature, something, something. Maybe it's an elephant chef, I don't know. Yeah, no trample on this or anything like that. Pew food spewing 5-drop. Cool. You thought the 2-mana 5/5 common with upside was cool? We should just keep it like that. That's not broken. That's not busted at all. Okay, okay. I feel like, what do they call a mistake in the kitchen? Is it just like a disaster, a flub, a mistake? Botched? Botched? What about botched? Like this one could be like botched cupcake or something. Something like that, right? And then these are the artifact creatures. Brood something. Brood golems or something. I kind of like botched as a word. So all of these have food sacking abilities. Huh. I wonder. So I'm looking at Food Snob here. Maybe better gameplay for this. Oh. I wonder if better gameplay for something like Food Stomp would be like if your opponents can't sacrifice food on your turn. So I'm thinking like there should be something. There should be something that punishes block sack. Or that prevents block sack. Like multiple things that punish or prevent block sack. An artifact cupcake? Heck yeah. I don't know what botched cupcake does. I don't know what it does. So we have a couple options, right? We could change it to sorcery speed, which no other food card has done in Magic. Yet. To add a condition onto that. Or we could just add cards that like sort of mitigate that. Or like trample granters or something. No, it's never been put on a food before. Could be both, yeah. The food claw. Yeah, the food claws have never been sorcery speed. Yeah, on food specifically. Because that's what makes them food. And so far it kind of looks like the identity of food is that you can sack it instant speed. Not sure. I mean, we could just make stuff up. We could still just, you know, put a sorcery speed for food. It's not a bad thing. Yeah. Yeah, I think that makes it too bad. I think that makes it too bad. I mean, these are like real creatures too. I think Food Baby, the almighty Food Baby, is probably one that you're pretty happy sacking, just whenever. But these other this common cycle, I'm pretty sure are just gonna be food by name and by type and stuff that cares about food and artifacts, etc. Just an excuse to have another food and artifact type. But like, I'm kind of not expecting people to sack this cycle that often. Yeah. I don't know what botched cupcake does. I like the botch cycle though. Botched. I forgot what we assigned blue to be the identity for. Blue is salty, like seafood salty. Yeah, I like botched. What's that? Ceviche. That sounds a little goofy. Yeah. There's actually in the design skeleton, there's actually an entire slot for white pacifism. So maybe it could just be a really good pacifism that still lets your opponent sack the food if you put it on food. So it's like not that good against food, but it's like pretty efficient otherwise. Viitis. I don't know, ceviche. How do you spell ceviche? Are there any accent marks on this? No? Maybe this is 2-1 with flying. I don't know. I like 2-1s with flying, to be honest. Generally. Diversion you is like the first one I didn't like in a long time. Can we just copy paste this? Oh my gosh, Floundered Flounder is great. Floundered Flounder? I like that. Freeze Dry? I love it. Where is that? Lockdown Aura? That's a Lockdown Aura. It could also be a Disruption. Freeze Dry? Come back to it later. Is there already a card? No, please don't tell me there's a Freeze Dry card. That's so good. Oh, there's no card called Freeze Dry. Brilliant. I love that. Amazing. Nah, flash freeze and freeze dry are far enough apart. Food fish. Whoa, what the heck? Wait, there's a flash freeze and a flash freeze? No chance. Really? That's crazy similar. Oh no. It's only flash freeze. Okay. Only 4 cards of freeze in the name. Wow, really? No, no way. That's crazy. That's so little. You have a kitchen black card name? Absolutely. Shoot off. Noise from the fridge. I'll write that down in my ideas list. What does noise from the fridge do? Like what is noise from the fridge? Oh wait, is there a bounce spell? Hard draw, lockdown, soft counter spell. Could get rid of soft counter spell. People seem to hate soft counters. Dustin suggested banana split for the bounce spell previously. So now that we actually have this set up, we can name it banana split. And it's unsettling? Uh-oh. Maybe you have to get that checked out. I wanted botched black card to be kind of like Fear of Lost Teeth. In terms of... I wonder if this is too strong. Because Fear of Lost Teeth also gains you life. It was also a relevant card type. But this you can sack at will, which I feel like is incredibly strong. I guess this also stinking gains you tons of life if you pay mana for it. Yeah. Maybe that's too strong. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, wait. This could be botched toast. I kind of like that. I kind of like to call him being botched toast. I don't know why, but I think that's really, really funny. Yeah, botched toast. Let's go. Burnt spaghetti? Is that from something? Burnt spaghetti? Wait, has it ever been done before? Where a singular card is both things in a cycle? Clouded the chance of meatballs. It's red board wipe. I'm copying this into my idea sheet. That's good. Maybe copyrighted. Burning spaghetti is a telltale sign you're a bad cook. How do you burn something boiled? I've burned spaghetti before, but that's because you know when you put the spaghetti in a pot and you try to twist it so it goes in the water. I left one out and then it burned. So yeah, I'm a bad cook. One was sticking out apparently, and I looked back like 3 seconds later. It was burnt black. I'm pretty good at burning spaghetti. I've literally done it before. Oh, you're judging me now. You're judging me. Is it OP if we give green like 2 chef cards? What if it's like a food that makes a food? So it's something that makes 2 food. How busted is that? What if it's a food chef? I know we already did this. We already have a card that creates. We already have like a big chef here. But what if the botched version is also a chef? I wonder if that's busted in half. That's a lot of cardboard, that's why. That's a lot of cardboard. We're like quickly flying towards best common territory. I think I'm defaulting to 2/3 too much, which I think is going to lead to a lot of board stalls. Oh, you don't like taking a good crack at your spaghetti before you dump it in? I mean, spaghetti's so long, you know? Make it fit in the pot all at once. Snap it in half. Don't dump it in. I mean, if you do that, you save time in cooking, so you can go ahead and go eat your sushi again with your fork. It's great. Why would they be offended? It's practical. Super mega practical. Oh boy, okay. Anyway. I'm wondering, because cycling is pretty evergreen at this point, right? I'm wondering if there should be... I can't whirl if you break it. I don't know how to say that, like someone who would actually say it. I'm wondering if there should be a cycle of conditional uh non-creature spells that cycle, and when you cycle them, they make a food. It's evergreen, yeah. So I can put cycling in here whenever I want, right? And I could just use it sparingly. I don't have to use it that much. Can he? Because you can't twirl it once if you break it. I'm sure I'm saying it terribly. Like, what if like this is up to... Can he? How do I write cycling? I haven't looked at cycling for a long time. The X+1, yeah. I don't know how to word this. We'll figure it out later. Maybe it doesn't always have to be a trick if I'm adding the cycling buyout to it. Maybe it should be 3. I don't know. Feels like a really, really cheap way to get food. For like any deck. Like some decks would just play 2 mana and make a food. What's generic hybrid costed? Ooh. Ooh. How much? Hmm. Hmm. That's pretty spicy. No, I'm thinking about it. I can't do a 3 hybrid split. I mean, you can technically, but I don't love it because Magic's never done it before. Maybe for good reason. That's really interesting, Explode Things. How are you doing, by the way? It's 1 a.m. Oh, does that mean you're suffering existential crisis as you're awake on Twitch at this hour? We're doing okay. We're making food cards. We're cooking. Actually packing a lot of our stuff because I'm moving soon. You're suffering from leaving my toxic workplace and getting withdrawal and fear? Wait, what? Why are you getting withdrawal from your toxic workplace and fear? Okay, you're gonna have to explain yourself. But you said you're suffering. Why are you suffering now? Gosh, such a huge difference between. I really want to use this. Okay, is this stupid? I don't know how to make this symbol. Oh, I guess so. Yeah. You want to talk about why it was so toxic? You have a job lined up? Excellent. That's awesome. That's amazing. That sucks at the same time. That like mega sucks. Oops. How do I symbolize this? Ugh, that's a. Oh, there's a symbol from the new set. This like mechanically, I think solves a lot of problems. I wonder if it's like too weird. Because I don't think it can be. I don't think it could just be two. I mean, I kind of like it. Maybe I just have to stare at it more. On what? This text? Can I even edit this text? I guess I have to just disable the reminder text and write my own. Hmm. Does that work? Or oh, it toggles reminder text. Thank you. Can we possibly do this? We'd have to disable the reminder text. It doesn't process what we're trying to write here. This is also too powerful. Definitely can't have white. Definitely can't have it be white draw. We definitely can't have it be white draw make a food. I wonder if it has to just be 3. I can workshop it. It's fine. So I kind of sort of want. I wonder if the cycling passive is because we're trying to make a cycle. Oh, ironically, a cycle of cycling food cycles. And I wonder if the whole cycle is not a good idea. Because the whole bottom up premise is that I did want a cycle of cycling food cards to generate food. Because we have 3 at common. One being the chefs, which all generate ETB foods. Cycle food creatures. We kind of need the food on the battlefield for the set though. I'm gonna work around food. I do wonder if 3 mana make a food is too weak. Oh, Rich is telling me it's time to take a break, so I should take a break now. Interesting, but I'll be right back. All right. I'm not sure about cycling. Cycling something. We'll figure that out. It depends on how strong draw a card make a food is, huh? Even as a bailout mode. 3 is just like bazillion, right? For cycling. Maybe just weaker revitalize is just totally fine. Colorless weaker revitalize. I mean, if we mess around with the fundamentals of making a food, then we're gonna have to make another cycle for food. So I kind of sort of wanted 3 cycles for food generators. Like I'm more attached to having food getting generated than cycling. Should just scrap the whole text box for now. Oops. To be determined. Well, Lola's raiding again. Lola's raiding again on Variety Day. Yeah, you better be sorry, Lola. Unbelievable. How dare this guy? I'm just kidding. It's fine. How's your stream, Lola? Rumor has it that you're really into dragons. Like the set. You're really into dragon storming. Alright, Lola's leaving us. Peace out, Lola. I've pretty much got Variety Day booked out for the next month, which is a little wild. But yeah, we pretty much have max Variety Day bookings until June. And after that, who knows? After that, who knows? But this entire month is basically booked out. Requested to make a custom set. So that's what we've been doing. That's what we've been doing for the past many hours. Set is going to be food themed, culinary school themed, because we sifted through all the mechanics and magic and tried to pick out the ones that people found most fun. We pulled out lesson learn, food, companions, as like the ones that are best for draft. And that kind of was like, oh, well, culinary school, food school. So there's going to be food in, there's definitely food between all the colors. So right now, besides what we have here, which is the the common skeleton that we have laid out. No uncommons. But besides that, we have a... Except worse, this card is way better than Candy Trail. Oh my gosh. I had to nerf it like multiple times. It's gonna be insane. Food Baby, the almighty Food Baby. Actually, I only nerfed it twice. One, because it was when it died, draw a card, which was super busted. And then it was also a 1/2. And apparently that was too busted as well. I thought it was fine as a 1/2, but maybe it needs to be a 1/1. Food Babby. Although, ironically, without help, it's probably worse than Candy Trail. But it's got a lot of help here. Namely because it's like a chromatic star. Actually, what's the wording of chromatic star? I think we want the same wording. Oh. Why is it worded like this? Because it's a mana ability first? Is that why? Why is it ordering a chromatic star the opposite? Should this one be the opposite? Apparently I have to designate creature as well for the magic wording. That feels kind of weird. I wonder if it's because mana abilities are on top. That still doesn't make sense. That's just not the order I would have expected on Chromatic Star. Oops. I don't know about this one. The chef, though. Okay, hold on. Before all of that, Is there actually a food land in Magic yet? There's a clue land. Oh, there is gate food. Wait, what? The heck is this? Did this just come out? No, what is this? What am I looking at? What is this from? From unknown event? Sacrifice this land, you gain 3 life. So strange. Sacrifice this creature, you gain 3 life, yeah. Maybe this should just be Uncharted Haven, huh? How does Uncharted Haven work? Is even the same font? I mean, this land is like really powerful too, right? Sack land, gain 3 life. Huh. That's pretty dang good. Time to break out the destroy artifact cards. Hmm. Maybe all the botched cards should have death triggers, huh? That would also make it less powerful. And is this supposed to be reversed too when this creature dies? I think so, actually. I think it's supposed to be reversed. We didn't even do a botched 4-drop or a botched red card yet. What is Candy Trail's text? How much scry is Candy Trail? 2? Maybe there should be Surveil too. Oops. Let's turn off the reminder text on Surveil there. Is Surveil and Scry capitalized? It's not. Not even Surveil? Surveil is also not capitalized. Huh. I think all the botched cards should have a death trigger. Yeah. Botched. This is maybe something like that. I don't know. Dang, that's an instant speed combat trick though. I guess technically this one is too, kind of. This is like a power affecting combat trick though. I wonder if that's okay. I think this should also be a 2-drop. They should all be relatively cheap, I think. Because I'm starting to think I want the botch cycle to have another unifying effect besides just being food creatures, because I kind of want more food creatures in the colors, even at common. Ironically, this is like kind of a good defensive tool. Because of the haste. Normally when you play a food creature, it can't block sack on the same turn, but if you have 4 mana, you can play this block sack the turn it comes down. Which is a interesting dynamic, to say the least. Yeah, that's a very interesting dynamic. Hmm. Oops. Two mana non-board affecting cycling. Okay, hold on. So that was red. We got red here, green. Some food haven, uncharted haven, which is fine. I'm kind of a fan of lack of shuffling here. I wonder if there can be a cycling land that makes a food. But it cycles for like 3. Like Night Market or something. I wonder if that's playable. Is that playable? Whoa. Maybe. It's just a straight up untapped land? Okay. Oh wait, no. It's not an artifact land. It's just a land. Yeah, it's fine. Discard this card, draw a card. Recycle this card, create a free token. Sure. This is fixing and you get the food at the same time? So it's like kind of like when you're done with it, you get to use it for resources. It's like kind of like the same thing. I don't know if I actually want this card. Huh. I'm not convinced that those two cards are functionally different, and it looks like the cycling one is just worse. I'm having trouble with this cycling stuff. Cycling make a food. I kind of feel like we should just attach it to conditional. So the original idea, and I think I'm gonna go back to it, is have conditional cards that care about the food. Should I have them care about food? Whatever. Have conditional cards that also have a cycling mode that then gives you a food. So they're kind of like just modal cards in that sense. Suppose one in each color. Dang, combat with this card is kind of a nightmare. Call it Harvest? Oh my gosh, it could be Harvest. That's pretty good. The name of the cycle can just be Harvest, and it could just be a whole thing like that. That's How many cycles is too many cycles? I don't know. I guess like exhale, right? All the exhales are like a removal spell cycle. I guess exhaling is all just unified under an effect. Huh. Do you really want people cycling their removal spells? I want people cycling their conditional cards. Harvest. Interesting. Should probably head out in the next 5 minutes though for myself. I kind of want this to be more expensive. Like a 4-2 or something. Thinking. I do like the botch cycle, except maybe botch cupcake is not very good. Is too much, possibly. Yeah, we have to find a way to counteract that too. I'm kind of the more we go on this, the more I'm kind of curious as to see how it will play out. I really want this go wide one to have cycling and to create a food with it. I'm just gonna stick to it. In fact, we're just gonna give the cycling 2. And if cycling 2 revital, like cycling 2 make a food is too strong, then so be it. We'll change it. Cycling plus, honestly. I wonder if strictly better inspired charge is too much. I mean, because that's like pretty strong, and that means you can stack up on the effect too. Because there's gonna be no actual go wide theme in this set, so I think that's safe. Because I know that in some sets, like Inspire Charge is kind of a dangerous effect, can be. Ah, well, whatever, we'll see. I think Freeze Dry should be the spell. Like the stun counter one. Like tap target creature or something. I don't know. We're just ripping things. It's from Wilds of Eldraine, literally this effect. Have it surveil instead. Okay, I should probably go. Okie dokie. Good stuff though. GG's everybody. I want to log off though. Who's online? Goodbye, Valjean. Thanks for supporting me by playing Star Rail. Yeah, let's read Rosemary's Here. Bye everyone. Bye-bye. Next Friday day is literally tomorrow. Yeah, literally tomorrow. So, there we go. Whoops. Bye everybody.